Tybura versus Spivak main card right now. And we have Kazuma taking on Gregory in the first fight of the main card right now. Some pretty decent fights, I would say, for the main cards, for the prelims, rather. So here we are in the main cards right now. So we're going to react live to these fights.
It's as simple as that. So Gregorio right now just got to get that right under.
There it is. Okay, now he's looking for a trip right here.
Nice little foot sweep. Gregorio gets up, but it's a precarious situation right now.
He's got to watch his back. Excuse me.
How are the Olympics going so far? How about that Imane Khalif finally getting the gold this time? Of course, I would have figured she was the heavy favorite going into that. And on top of that, I think it really brought her a lot of notoriety even in the beginning of the prelims or the quarterfinals or wherever that particular situation was where her opponent quit on her because she thought that she was a man. So okay, looks like they were looking for an illegal position there, but to none avail. So
Clearly down there. Down. I mean,
oh man, it's close. I agree with Jason that it's so close.
so they are sort of discussing whether that was legal or not. So shout out to everyone that's tapping in right now. We are live for the Tybura and the Spivak main card right now. And right now in the first fight, they are disputing between an illegal shot or a non-illegal shot. But either way, here we are.
Treating it as it was an illegal knee, because if it was a legal knee and Jaron Vallel right now is the review official, he would have signaled in to Jason Herzog to say that was illegal.
So the doctor brought in by the referee in order to examine the fighter that supposedly took an illegal shot. So he's touching his jaw. But yeah. Great point by Paul Felder saying, well, your jaw is going to hurt. You're in a fist fight. It's what happens. So either way. So they're saying that it's not going to be counted as a grounded opponent. So yeah, the hands were not down. The hands were not down. So the referee says that he's going to take that position all the way, and yeah, well, let's see what happens from here.
So in November, that will be a legal strike. The one hand will no longer count as a ground.
So that's what they're saying, is that by November, all of that is going to be an illegal strike of some sort. So here we go, Kazama taking his back. Body lock position, really working to bring him down on that one. By the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe as we are covering UFC's Tybura versus Spivak right here, live, not on pay-per-view. And we're going to talk about a whole wide range of things. What did you guys think of my Andrew Tate video that I had while we react to these fights? What did you guys think of my Tommy Robinson MMA Guru video, right? By the way, if you're in England Write on the comment section below and let me know what's going on, how everyone is doing, because I know I have a good amount of UK followers on this page, and they are avid mixed martial arts boxing supporters, and right now they're going through it right now. A whole lot of misdirected aggression that is going on in that country, and I would imagine that it should die down, but who knows? Who knows either way. But Cosma right now is on top of Gregorio in this bantamweight fight, looking for a triangle choke right here with 130 left in the first round. And Gregori's trying to posture his neck up in order to prevent that triangle, which he gets out of. Now he's in a butterfly guard position, trying to advance his position into a transition of some sort. Now he is looking to get a half guard. Somewhere in the half guard now, stuck into the butterfly position. But look at this. Cosma was able to reverse. And now he's on top with a side control. And then he's trying to advance his side control. Looks like he's going for either a north-south position or maybe looking for an arm bar right here, which, you know, he doesn't get it. But he still gets the back. He's still behind Grigori right now. The control time out of Kazama right now is at almost 4 minutes, the entire time that he's been controlling him up top. So
Doesn't have any submission, so maybe the clear advantage for Kazama is on the ground. They'll start round 2 on the feet after that.
all right, that is the end of the round 1. The end of round 1 right there. So let's see. All right, round 2 should be coming up soon. That little alien commercial they got going on for that movie. Shout out to everyone that's tapping in to this channel right now. Let's see. Still on the commercial for in between the rounds. All right, we're at round 2 right now.
Right now, receive $10 off if you buy it before Monday, August 12th at ESPNplus.com/PPV.
It's also my daughter's second birthday.
Is it really?
Congratulations.
Here we go, Ruby.
And Gregorio.
Oh!
Gregorio turning the tables.
Oh, he's got to
Round 1.
settle himself down a bit, though.
All right. Ooh. Oh, wow. Look at this. He got him rocked right here. There's ground and pound on Kazama right now. A little sudden turn of events for this situation right here. Little ground and pound. And Kazama is sort of defending himself here.
These are just monster elbows from Gregorio.
A sickening thud when they connected. But I tell you what, the sound in the apex now.
Man, I don't know if I've heard this place louder than when he knocked him down there. A lot of tense moments right now, and after a flawless first 5 minutes from Kazama.
But what energy does Gregorio have left? He just went full chaos there.
Full ham. really did. He started off with a flying knee which missed, and I thought that's very reckless given how you spent round one.
Wow, just out of nowhere, he knocked him down with that shot.
Landed some massive shots.
Now he's landing some massive shots on top.
His elbows were nasty. Gregorio he's got to maximize on this position.
Oh, no.
Triangle.
He's got to try to get that left arm of Gregorio over to the other side.
Gregorio is going to posture up. That's it. He's done.
Oh, wow, what is this? He got him with a triangle out of nowhere. I'm telling you, this right here is fight of the night for sure. He got fight of the night for that one for sure. There's no doubt about that. He was getting beat. He was beating him, and then out of nowhere, he got it. It was incredible stuff. Incredible stuff indeed.
He weathered a brutal storm. Let's see here. It starts with this left hook. Look at that. Right hand.
Started off with the left hook. Put him down on that one.
Energy he has to try to finish him, which to his credit he needed to do to get back into this fight, but he needed to settle down just a little bit, start picking his shots. Kazama did a great job of finding ways to stifle him, hold on to him just a little bit, and then as soon as he locks up this triangle, you don't even see Gregorio's not even trying to fight. He's so tired.
Yeah, he wasn't even trying to fight it at all. He really gassed out on that one. The lactic acid really built up on him, and that was all she wrote from there. All right. There it is, man. Shout outs to the Japanese. They are definitely coming up in MMA right now. But here's the thing about the Japanese, right? It's not that they just came into MMA. I mean, they've been a staple in MMA. It's just that now they're becoming a staple once again at the highest levels, right? So there was a time where this sport was only Brazilians, Americans, and Japanese, right? And the Japanese were an important part of that particular staple. And lo and behold, now they're coming back at the highest levels in combat sports right now, in particular MMA, but also in boxing with Inoue, right? That guy right now is a phenom of a monster that everybody is just scared to fight, and with good reason. So shout outs to the Japanese, man. They are doing it big time in the big shows right now. And I'd like to see more to come out of them, especially Inoue, right? He's already a big name. But why is it that Inoue always fights Monday morning, Japanese time, right? I'm wondering, what is the reason behind that? Now, is it because maybe the Japanese just have so much activities that they got going on during Saturdays? Or maybe perhaps Japan is just one of those cultures where Saturdays is a work day, and being able to see a guy or a superstar like that fight would probably be deemed a little bit difficult. But either way, all right, do the carpets match the drapes? Your hard-earned tax dollar unseen. So what exactly do you mean by that question? Because I feel like you're trying to make a snide out of whatever comments you're trying to make. But either way, please further elaborate what you mean by that question. Unseen paid taxes, whatever your name is. No snide, just curious. Do the carpets match the drapes? So if you want me to really answer you a serious question, I don't really have carpets in the house. You know what? Here's the thing. I don't believe in having carpets simply because they're a lot to deal with, right? They're harder to vacuum. Friday night, you and your boys went out to eat. Then they hung out, but you came around 3. Yes, you did. I'm trying to understand what you mean by that. Mick Dune, Friday night, you and your boys went out to eat. Then they hung out, but you came home around 3. Yes, you did. I don't understand what you mean by that comment, but a little weird, but okay. Is this at the Apex? Yes, Savachi Financial. This is definitely in the Apex. Definitely an Apex is not dead, right? Because a lot of people were hoping that, you know what, the Apex is finished now. because now we're on the road, not so fast. Here they are, they're doing it in the Apex. It's still useful. You know, they have to get these fights out of the way, whether it would be for the contractual agreement on their weekly content that they have to put out, or the fact that it's just cheaper when you're trying to get these fights going. So they saw value in it during the pandemic that they obviously are not letting go for one reason or another. And as a result of that, this is why you are still seeing the Apex right now. So your hard-earned tax dollar, please respond what you mean by that. Because, well, I mean, I already answered your question, right? I don't believe in having carpets. It's a lot harder to clean. Having floors, wooden floors are a lot easier than having carpets. So, or if you're trying to say carpets because it's your way of trying to make anti-Islamic remarks, please clarify yourself. But, you know, I'm not going to sit here and try to play internet tough guy with any of you, unless, of course, any of you decide you want to come pull up in Sacramento, California and get your brains put on the floor. Did you pray today? Of course, yes. What about yourself? Did you? Very interesting questions we got here. The young MAGA. Be honest, did you pray today? The young MAGA. Yeah, what brought up that question by any chance? Would you happen to be a Muslim yourself? Do you pray? Are you interested, or are you just trying to catch me off guard so that you can feel better about yourself when you, I don't know, when you try to catch me off guard for whatever it is that you think you're trying to catch me off guard with? Why is it that on the nights where it is fight nights, people are a lot more hostile, right? They're a lot more snidey. They're a lot more, I don't know how to describe it, right? Just a lot more rude, I guess, is the best way to put it. You seem to think everyone is trying to catch you off guard. No, it's not that at all, young MAGA. All it is just asking a fair question. You have to understand, I'm a Muslim, alhamdulillah. Okay, that's what's up. Okay, so there you go. You made your intentions clear. I know who you are. I know what you're about. And that's what it is by the end of the day. And that's what matters, right? I'm just trying to hear you. So now I understand the intention behind that. You got to remember, we're talking in text, or at least you are. You see me, you can see me on video, you see the expressions that I'm making and the message that I'm trying to convey. So you sort of know what my intention is or what I'm trying to say based on my facial expressions, my hand movements, and everything. But when you're on text, I don't know what you mean. I got another guy up there asking me, do my carpets match my drapes? And in other words, he's basically trying to say, does this colorful polo shirt that I got on right now match my carpet to any capacity? As some sort of reference towards Muslims having carpets or any kind of way, or I don't know what he means. So you never know what anybody means around here. So it's better to clarify and ask questions before you move forward. And if you make a mistake, then we can admit to that and be like, hey, you know what? I made a mistake. I didn't mean to, but this is what we mean by that. But either way, man, we got a good little fight night ahead of us right now that we can enjoy and stick to the positive side of things as you'd like to take a look at it like that, if you wish.
Find your local store at TotalWireless.com. We're going to my island for a few days. Do you guys want to come?
Please. Wait, for real?
It's just better without phones.
Dude, your eye.
Shout out to everyone that's tapping in. We are awaiting the next fight of the night. All right. A shot of Las Vegas right there. UFC Kai companion. Yeah, that's right. That's what it is, isn't it? Right? It is more like a Kai companion that we got going on right here. So, but yeah, shout outs to Young Maga, if that's how you say your name. One of the newer people in the chats that I'm seeing right now. So, yeah, shout outs to you, my man. There's the entrance of Myson Tybura and Spivak right now. Two top heavyweights, right? Just, I tell you what, Tybura losing to Tom Aspinall, you can't put too much stock into that, right? Because obviously, you look at Tom Aspinall right now, he is unarguably the top heavyweight of the world right now. So, Myson Tybura losing to him doesn't really say much, right? Look at Dustin Poirier. He lost to Islam Makhachev, but obviously, he's very good if he fights other people. Look at what he did to Benoit Saint-Denis. Aspinall is the new Chandler. Well, how do you figure that? The Chandler, if Chandler saw you at the top. Okay, well, that makes sense, right? Because unlike Chandler, or unlike Aspinall, rather, Chandler is not a champion. He was Bellator champion, but he was never UFC champion. So there's a difference. Michael Venom Page has a chance to be UFC champion. Now, I don't think Michael Venom Page has ever been Bellator champion. I know a lot of people that don't understand MMA outside of the UFC. They sort of think of MVP as his Bellator star, right? But more so, they think of him as a former Bellator champion. Well, to be technical about it, he was never a Bellator champion. But strangely enough, he's in the UFC. Now he has a chance to actually be a UFC champion. They keep playing this Dustin Poirier commercial with Dustin in Bud Light, I think. Yeah, there's a lot of controversies going on with Bud Light in the UFC. I don't really know or understand that part of the business because I obviously don't drink. So if there's anybody on the comments that would like to give me some information on why Bud Light is a woke drink or why it's not, I don't know, MAGA enough or whatever, please fill me in, right? Because I understand a lot about, that's a participation trophy. Which one? The Tom Aspinall belt? Oh, for Dustin, yeah. Well, he had a chance to win a BMF belt, right? You could say that's a participation trophy too, but obviously Justin Gaethje kicked his head in for that one. They got a Delta Sky Club commercial going on in ESPN right now. So, okay, this particular fight, the main card rather, is sponsored or hosted by the ESPN channel, not the exact ESPN Plus that you pay subscription to, literally just the ESPN on cable. Who has cable nowadays, right? You know, in England, you're supposed to have a TV license in order to own a TV. If that isn't the most oppressive monarchical thing that you can do, I mean, you have to make people get a TV license to own cable. Yeah, not me either, man. I don't have cable either, Savachi Financial. You know, it's, man, it seems like a very old thing, right? Only, I think, old people have them. I think the only people who really have cable are the people who have this niche sport following. Like if you're into, let's say, the Oakland A's or the Sacramento Kings or something like that. The UK is a backwards country. Yeah, for sure. On top of that, too, they still got a queen. I know, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, here's the thing about that, right? The riots in particular that's going on right now, a whole lot of misdirected aggression going on in that one. And by the way, for those of you that want to hear more about this riot in the UK. And then Sabachi Financial says here we got Kamala. Hopefully we don't get her. But for those of you that are interested in the subject matter of the riots in the UK, watch my video on Andrew Tate. And then watch my video on MMA Guru and Tommy Robinson. It's on the video section of this channel if you guys want to check it out. Maybe you could check it out after the live. You could watch it while you're watching me live. However you want to do it. But either way, like and subscribe to any degree. So I talk a whole lot of extensive details on that matter. Things about Tommy Robinson and things about MMA Guru being handed a reprimanded statement by the UK government for his role in possibly inciting whatever situation is going on over there, right? I mean, listen, if you're an MMA content creator, you got to look at that and say that's inspirational. MMA Guru has the attention of the British government to the point where they understand how powerful his message can be in creating incitements within the country of the United Kingdom. And that guy is supposed to be an MMA content creator. So shout out to all the MMA content creators around the world, including myself, because we're out here making an impact in some kind of positive way, right? So here we are. We got Yana Santos, which is originally her name was Yana Kunsinkaya. She is the wife of Thiago Santos, right? The guy that gave John Jones the hardest fight of his career in many people's arguments. And who is she taking on here? Herb Dean is the referee.
Veteran referee Herb Dean's first trip inside the octagon tonight.
All right, shout out to everyone around the world that is tapping in. We got the second fight of the main card going on right now. I'd like you guys to like and subscribe, share, tell a friend to tell a friend, because I'm about to strap you in for the most exciting mixed martial arts content in the history of mankind, baby. Let's do it. Like and subscribe to that right now as we watch Chelsea Chandler taking on Thiago Santos. No relation to Michael Chandler, although the cornrows will make you think otherwise, if you know what I mean. If you understand MMA, you understand the pun of my joke, but either way, shout out to Michael Chandler for looking out for the kids out there, because Michael Chandler loved the kids. He loved the kids. He loved the kids from the hood. But anyways, yeah. And if only he has the opportunity to fight Conor McGregor, then yes, he can go adopt Conor McGregor as well while we're at it. So, all right, here we go. 3:43. Ooh, nice low kicks by Santos right there. Very similar to her husband right the way. Thiago Santos loves to throw those low leg kicks like that, and really caused a lot of problems for John Jones in their fight with those kicks as well. Here comes Chelsea Chandler looking like a bulldog going forward, but she's just taking those kicks. Listen, her legs are getting bruised up right now, and Santos is doing a really good job at circling around her while giving her these leg kicks to let her know that, hey, you step in this direction, you're going to get hit. You step in this direction, I might hit you there. And again, there it is. Just constant leg kicks from here on. And it's the lead low kick too. Sometimes it's a lot harder to see the lead low kicks than it is for the higher ones. Ooh, nice body kick for Kunsikaya right there. Santos as her married name now. All right, circling around her. Chelsea doesn't know what to do in this situation right now. She doesn't like she looks very reluctant to hit and throw back. Oh, that was a nice front kick. It really landed right on her face right there, and she is looking to follow up and finish on this one right here.
Shots to the body. This is where Chelsea Chandler wants to be. She's got to bring something to this.
Nearly a clash of heads as they all out in the center. Under 2 minutes to go in the first round.
Santos keeps pushing, giving it a head kind of low.
All right, so Santos still prowling on her, doing the same thing over and over again. It's going to be a rinse and repeat performance here. I think it's going to be one of those situations where she's going to constantly hit her in her legs with those front leg kicks. And eventually it's going to make Chandler fold. Somewhere maybe in the second or third round, I could see this getting finished where her legs are just not going to hold up. And look, if you look at her lead leg, Chelsea's lead leg, it's already bruised up already. Pay attention to the outer part of her thigh right there. It is bruised up as we speak right now. Body kick by Santos again.
High clinch and a knee to the body. Chandler gets a nice left in. Now they return the defense.
Boom, little short elbows right there by Kuninskaya, but I keep calling her that, but I got to call her Santos by her married name. Ooh, nice little spinning back kick right there. Really very similar to Santos. She fights just like the way her husband does.
This is the fight that Santos wanted. She didn't want to use her clinch game along the fence.
10 seconds left. Going for that front kick again. Yeah, Santos definitely looks like the much superior striker here. Look at that head kick on her part. There it is. Round one has commenced. Yeah, that is a clear round for Kuninskaya on that one. Clear round for her, no doubt about it.
Try hands-free Skechers Slip-ins.
Subway's offering 20% off any sub, any size. Woo! 20% off subs is fun to say. 20% off subs are fun to eat. You'll love 20% off subs. The point is, any sub, any size. 20% off at Subway.
Undisputed middleweight championship is at stake.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting fight. By the way, guys, check out all my videos that I have regarding Izzy and Dricus du Plessis, the South African History X video that I have. It's on the live stream section of this channel. Check it out before you check out this fight. I promise you, you don't want to miss that one out. It has a lot of history that deals with South Africa, the apartheid, and how all of that ties into this fight. So here we go, round two.
ESPN Plus, and listen wherever you get your podcast. DC and Chael every Monday.
All right, here we go, round two. I think it's going to be one and all the same for Chandler, getting kicked every round. There it is, another low kick right there. Oh, she just rocked her right there. Eventually, that made her put her hands down to a way where she just forgot that, you know what, she just has to be on full mode defense, and that's not the case here. Herb Dean stands him up right here.
It's an insult. Yeah, okay, you're going to take away a percentage of the purse. Probably 30%. But still, it was actually 25%. By the way, the producer just got it in my ear.
Ooh, nice body kick on that one.
That's good. No, it's the first one. Normally we're on 17.
There, another one. She's just constantly going back to these low kicks. And Chandler has no answer to any of these leg kicks at all.
Using the clinch against the fence.
Front kick by Santos misses.
The UFC with a ton of fanfare back in the day. That was why she got a title fight straight away on her UFC debut.
100%.
Obviously, you lose fights and then you want to make sure you win. So you change your style, you start playing it safe. But this is the perfect matchup for her to kind of
Yeah, once again, another rinse and repeat type of scenario, right? Lead kick, front kicks, low kicks, calf kicks, and circling around her. That seems to be the overall game plan here, and it's working.
There she go. But even when she gets here, she's not level changing. Has she dropped for a single or a double yet in this fight?
I think these leg kicks have slowed down Chandler just a tad bit. Just a tad bit, right? Where it's affected her in a very negative way. Back in a clinch position now with knees to the body.
There may be a weight advantage for Chandler, but there does not seem to be a strength advantage.
No. Well, you know, listen, she came down from 145. She's used to dealing with bigger ladies.
Ooh, nice elbow and a breakaway right there by Santos.
Opportunities when they clinch, because we've seen clearly at range, she's just not fast enough or skilled enough to compete. Santos has been fighting this style for a very long time. That was a nice kick.
For Chandler, I think trying to mix it up now. Get a single leg. Try to shoot. Level change. Get low on the legs.
Yeah, Chandler needs to try doing something different, right? Like either changing levels or at least sticking some jabs out there or at least trying to maintain these clinches like what she's doing right here. It's good. She's able to close the range, getting these clinches, but there's not a lot of follow-up with Chandler right now. What it seems is that she is accepting the rinse and repeat performance of Santos. And Santos is doing a very good job of just sticking and moving, going back and forth, constantly overloading her with these feints and fakes. And once in a while, she'll throw a front kick here and there to keep her honest. And a few times, she'll actually connect with those. But look at the front leg of Chelsea right now, right? She's not going to be able to stand on this any longer with just a couple more shots from Kunitskaya. Yeah, it's not going to help her at all. I keep calling her by her maiden name, but you guys know who I mean. 7 seconds left of the second round. Nice elbow and a breakaway by Santos there. Oh, little axe kick. Nice. Okay, it's always good to try these different little moves in the fight, right? A lot of people always say that, you know what, maybe this type of move is not going to work in a fight. Maybe it's not going to be effective. Well, how do you know if you don't work on it or don't practice it? For a long time, a lot of people didn't think that a spinning back kick could actually work in a real fight. But lo and behold, if you don't know how to block it or if you don't know when it's coming, you're going to get hit with it, and it certainly will work in a fight.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? My car's starting kind of slow.
So shout outs to the 40 people that have already tapped in earlier to listen and watch this reaction. We're going to watch this all the way to the main event tonight.
My old high school coach. Just say, show me the Carfax now. You'll get the most accurate price based on the vehicle's accident history. Shop at the all-new Carfax.com.
Chris Gutierrez is next. 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah. 4 more fights after this one. All right. So 4 more fights we got. Here we go.
Mostly at distance, but fired a lot of knees to the body in the clinch.
Yeah, there's Chandler really trying to do something different. Now, this was an energy that we needed out of Chandler like 1 or 2 rounds ago. But better now than never. If she gets Santos down in this exchange right here, she could make a difference in this fight. Potentially even try and submit her on the ground if she can even get to that position, or do something to offset the domination of Santos right now. Okay, a little breakaway right there. Now she's back again, circling around.
He is trying for Santos tonight. He's looking really good. On point, she's sharp, she's done her homework. Footwork is amazing. Mentally,
Yeah, the footwork of Santos is really good right here, right? Look at this. Circling around, and not only will she circle around, she'll circle back again. And while she's circling, her main prerogative is really looking for this low kick because it's what's working. And not only that, in the front side of Chandler, her front leg is getting chewed up as a result of Santos's target choice and selection shots that she's making, which is the low kick.
there it is. As I say, be first, lead the dance, initiate the violence.
Well, punching her way into the clinch certainly hasn't worked to this point. 3 minutes to go now. Santos also probably flexing some experience down the stretch here. This is the 24th pro fight to Chelsea Chandler's 9th pro fight.
Yeah, Santos is getting some real cage time here.
He mixed martial arts for 15 years. Made a pro debut in 2009.
Chandler starting to make it a bit dirty in there, which is what the doctor ordered.
There we go.
2.5 to go. Santos again.
That's what Chandler needed to do, right? Was make it dirty, make it rough, but Santos was able to alleviate a lot of this pressure. Every time they get in these clinch exchanges, either Santos is getting the better of those exchanges, or she breaks away and goes back into the rinse and repeat cycle of circle and striking, circle and striking. Is Chandler a man? No. I would think not. I don't think it's that kind of league that would allow that. But guess what? Neither is Emain Khalif. By the way, shout outs to her in Algeria. She won the gold medal, right? She's definitely a real woman, but she had been cleared as a woman. Has she been cleared as a woman? Yeah. Yeah, she's a woman 100%. Even her parents came out and confirmed it. It's just that the whole propaganda news and the whole hype behind that really scared some of her opponents walking in there. Because you think about it, right? If you fought Ronda or Cyborg as a woman in their prime, and she hits you, and a lot of people are getting in this in your mind saying, oh, she's a man or this and that, and if they hit really hard, I mean, you're going to start thinking that too, like, oh man, I'm in here with somebody that shouldn't be in here. But yeah, Emain Khalif was confirmed to be a woman, born to be a woman, and we can discuss and debate about, whether fighting is a feminine thing to do, which it's not. That's an argument for another situation, but she won fair and square on the sports side of things. That's the best thing that we can really say about Emain Khalif. Just like Santos right now is winning these exchanges, and I think really did a number of training with her husband, because I see a lot of Thiago Santos in these techniques, like that front kick right there. This is what he likes to do. He likes to throw low kicks as well, likes to circle around just like this. He likes to throw body kicks. So definitely helps working with somebody you're married to who is a former world title challenger in Santos, and arguably gave John Jones the toughest fight of his career. So there it is, the end of that round. Obviously, this is an easy win for Santos. Santos. Definitely an easy win for her. Can't deny her of that. But we await the decision in just a second. Chris Gutierrez and Kwong Lee. The undefeated Kwong Lee at 8-0 is coming up next. That's a good fight. Danny Barlow taking on Nikolai Verentov in the welterweight division. That's a good fight. Another undefeated 8-0 guy. So 2 8-0 guys are going to come up next in 2 separate fights. Obviously, one in a bantamweight fight and a welterweight fight. And then the co-main event, which is Damon Jackson and Shepe Mariscal for the co-main event. And then the main event with Sergey and Marcin Tybura. All those fights coming up next after this one. So let's take a look at the prelims earlier tonight, right? First fight of the night, Stephanie Luciano gets a decision win over Talia Alenzer. Yusuf Zalal gets a submission win in the first round. That was a good one. Jonathan Dinez gets a decision win over Carl Williams in a heavyweight fight. Really hard-fought fight in that one. Carol Rosa gets a decision win over Pineid Kinazade in the bantamweight division, and that is the end of the prelims. And obviously, Kazama versus Grigori in the submission win with Kazama that we just witnessed. And now right here we are. Santos with a win by unanimous decision. And now we are all caught up for the rest of the card for the night. Chris Gutierrez and Kwong Lee coming up next. Let's listen to what she has to say, react to it afterwards.
The last time I want to fight because now I'm quite injured. I had a baby. I did 2 camp when I was breastfeeding.
So she had a baby
Just 2 hours a day.
while she was training for this camp.
Come back, take my body back, and I'm ready from this point.
Yeah, she definitely got her body back really quick after that pregnancy. That's crazy.
Seemed like you were fighting kind of angry in there. Of course, your opponent did miss weight by 5 pounds. Did that piss you off?
It's pissed me off so much, you know. I didn't want to
Ooh,
fight.
that's nice.
My-
Some nice highlights right here.
They leave me and said that, you know, you
Nice straight kicks, straight punches,
2 months,
front kicks. Just really good striking on Santos right here.
I feel go like this, not try. She came fat. She didn't try to make weight. It's possible to miss.
Where's the gender test? I think they've already completed that one. Yeah, you know Dana would not allow that. You know what I mean? If there's one guy that's not going to play any of that gender BS, it's Dana for sure.
Yana Santos!
So there you go, Yana Santos back and better than ever in her 10th UFC appearance.
All right, so shout out to Santos and that. There you go, right there. Thiago Santos, right there. Probably the most instrumental guy of this entire fight camp for her. Everything that she was doing was exactly what Thiago Santos does, and there it is, you know. So for all of you that, all you women that are married out there, just understand, you know, listen to your husband, you'll get somewhere, and that's the overall message of that fight. All right, moving on. Chris Gutierrez taking on. There we go, a Santos. There we go, a Santos. All right, Kwong Lee up next. Let's go.
And now that he's finally settled down, he is ready to show the
8-0 Kwong Lee.
Don't move, this bantamweight battle is coming your way. Next,
Bantamweight
right here.
matchup coming up next. Yeah, so I want to share with you what I was trying to convey in my last video with what's his name, with Andrew Tate. Let me address this right now. Where was my last video with Andrew Tate? Because the last few seconds had cut out, so I'll just play it from right here. I'm not here to present to you what is right and what is wrong between them. I'm here to present to you the reality of what is going on. Okay, so listen to this. It's not so much that he is anti-Islamic, because he's already proclaimed his loyalty toward Islam and the faith of Islam. But at the same time, from the Orthodox... So, what I'm trying to convey out of that message was, from an Orthodox point of view, Andrew Tate has some issues in his Islam, okay? That's really the best way to present it. So, full context, what is going on right now? The Muslims in the UK are sort of upset at Andrew Tate for taking the sides of the rioters or the anti-Islamic rioters, which is the majority of them. Now, what Andrew Tate is merely trying to present to the world is this aspect of law and order, this aspect of, well, you know what? I believe in the laws of the land and things of that nature, but here's something you got to understand, right? From an Islamic Orthodox Salafi point of view, sometimes the law of the land doesn't apply to one's ethos or one's, how do I say this? Social contract. Okay? So this is what I mean. What I'm saying is that Andrew Tate's social contract is not fully invested into the mindset of an Orthodox Salafi Muslim. It's not there yet. And there are several reasons for that. One is because obviously he has a brother who's a Christian. He has a lot of people that are non-Muslims that are around him. I'm not saying that it's bad to have people that are non-Muslims around you, but understand that when you have people with differing ideas, at some point there has to be a certain compromise that you have to give them. And that could be within the ideological space. So that's the context behind what I was saying. So before we get back to the fights, let me play that video once again so that you understand what I mean by exactly everything that I've just been explaining to you right now. So let me play that one more time for the last couple of seconds. Hate crime motivated attacks being perpetuated against them. So this is the reason why they feel that way. Now look, I'm not here to present to you what is right or what is wrong between them. I'm here to present to you the reality of what is going on. So it's not so much that he is anti-Islamic, because he's already proclaimed his loyalty toward Islam and the faith of Islam. But at the same time, from the Orthodox... So if you want to hear everything that I was trying to convey in that, just rewind back, I don't know, maybe 50 minutes into this live stream and go from there. So moving on. Oh, wait, no, the fight still hasn't happened yet. So, yeah. So check that one out, right? It is a video that I did. Andrew Tate dissed by the Muslims. Shocking details of Tommy Robinson and Pierce Morgan. Watch till the end. Okay? So this is basically my first time addressing this particular video because I left it at a cliffhanger and I wanted to give you guys a response at the end of the cliffhanger and what that's about. So if you're here to witness it, then you are one of the few that are live for me to respond to that cliffhanger of the video that I just made. So like and subscribe to that video. We're going to delve into the current distrust that UK Muslims have for Andrew Tate, right? It's also a reaction from the Piers Morgan and Andrew Tate interaction that they had in their recent video or their recent interview they did together. Also, the video that I'm talking about, Andrew Tate dissed by the Muslims, how does Tommy Robinson fit into all this particular scenario? We're going to analyze everything on that video and some of the comments that were made in the last video where I was talking about MMA Guru and Tommy Robinson, because MMA Guru received a letter from the British government in response to the riots that were going on. So we're going to talk about that and how that's going to unfold. So check out the videos of Andrew Tate and MMA Guru that I have on the video section of this channel. So while we wait for the fight, let me play some excerpts off of the MMA Guru video, or I could just play the whole thing right now. So MMA Guru has the British government sending him warning letters, and I want to talk to you about that. You see, if you don't understand, the UK and America have two different laws that are contrasting to each other sometimes, and sometimes very similar. For example, the Magna Carta is the type of law that is, how do I say this, inspired by the Constitution. However, I meant to say this backwards. The Constitution was inspired by the Magna Carta, but I got it wrong. I got it backwards. I literally just woke up when I recorded this video, but yeah. However, the Constitution is really hell-bent on protecting freedom of speech. England, on the other hand, and the UK, not so much. And in the recent times with Tommy Robinson and the riots that have been going on in England, and let me give you some context. Right now, a lot of people that are staunch right-wing conservatives, or not even conservatives, just patriots and people that are pro the George Saint flag, and people that shamelessly wear the Union Jack and whatnot. So they're angry at the fact that there's a lot of migrants moving in. There have been recent news where you had one migrant stab up a children's birthday party, which is... And let me just put in context of this, right? There's a lot of misdirected anger that's going on with this. Chris Gutierrez and Kwong Lee are about to get announced right now. Let's continue playing this video until that fight starts. It's very tragic and very horrible. And again, it kind of makes you think, like, you know what? You almost can't blame them for reacting this way, right? But at the same time, you have to have a true targeted effort in what you're looking for. You see, what it seems like is there's a riot going on based on racial motivations or anti-religious motivations or xenophobia to a certain degree, but not really going after the rightful person that committed the crime. For example, not going after the people that facilitated this person that went and stabbed up that birthday party with those little girls and whatnot, right? Why not go after the people that facilitated them, or investigate some kind of matter as to, well, how did we get here and how did he get from point A to point B, and let's hold these people responsible. So because of that, MMA Guru, I gotta be honest with you, I give this kid a lot of respect. He's consistent, he constantly drops videos, and he does it in a way. All right, so we're gonna get back to that in a second, but for now, let us concentrate on Chris Gutierrez and Kwong Lee right now in the bantamweight division. We're going to get back to that video in just a second, so here we go. Here we go. Lee is in red. Gutierrez is in yellow. Here we go. Round one.
You know, we always talk about the mental side of things when it comes to Chris. Every time we have a fighting meeting with him, he talks about it. He's very open. And he has had some...
All right, here we go. Nice low kick by Gutierrez right there.
Maybe some self-doubts and things like that. And that's so key when it comes to fighting. You know, because yes, it's a physical sport, but the mind controls everything. Chris Gutierrez, physically...
Low kick by Gutierrez right there.
He's as good as anyone we've ever seen inside the octagon. If you can just have a mind and body connection, the man could be a champion one day. Look at this.
Oh, look at this. Kwong Lee's is going forward at him.
And the more that he can get Gutierrez on his back foot moving backwards, it takes away one of his most devastating weapons, which is those leg kicks. But here you go, Chris Gutierrez, ooh, to the body.
Nice kick by Chris Gutierrez right there. Body kick on his part.
400 leg kicks in the octagon. He's top 5 in leg kicks landed among UFC fighters.
Oh, he tried to go for a body kick there. Kwong recognized that, takes him down. Now he's on top, half guard position by Kwong Lee. The real Olympics, that's right. Yeah, I mean, look, it's not like back in the days, right, where you held the Olympics when there wasn't a basketball season going on. So that means you could bring in the NBA guys to be the star of the whole entire Olympics in terms of ratings. Nowadays, we have MMA. Kickboxing is on the rise, obviously, and then there's slap fighting for what that's worth. Card jiu-jitsu, as you like to often mention. there's just a lot of fighting that's going on right now. And then boxing is bigger than ever, right? Thanks to the Saudis and thanks to the actual fighters that are willing to step up and take the paydays nowadays. So we got a lot of interesting sports going on that I wouldn't be surprised if the numbers start tanking in the Olympics. By the way, the Olympics just dropped boxing as one of their games. So that should tell you a lot about how people look at amateur boxing. I mean, look, pro boxing is one thing, right? But Olympic boxing is another thing. You know what I mean? It's a whole nother thing. So 2 minutes left in the 210, 209, 207.
Lee's just looking for an opportunity to explode with that backhand.
Lee going with overhand right. Leading overhand right on that one. Low kick by Gutierrez. What the F is Olympic trash? That's what I'm saying, right? Yeah, bro, they took down boxing for 2028. This is the last year for boxing. But we'll see if the Saudis have something to say about that. You know they will. You know they'll run up in the Olympic Committee and be like, well, you know, we need future stars for boxing. Anytime Americans compete internationally, they lose. In what sport, though? Obviously, in basketball, they always do good. There's always gold medalist wrestlers coming out of the U.S. Soccer, they definitely don't do good. And although the women's soccer right now is doing quite good, the Winter Olympics, they don't do really good. But, yeah, they definitely kick butt in the Summer Olympics for sure.
Final minute of round number 1. And Lee is just trying to shuffle in and I think find a home for a big right hand.
Yeah, it's great footwork.
Yeah, Lee is really trying to set up a bomb for himself right there.
Light on the feet, well balanced, but there it is. It's what Lee needs, because otherwise, Gutierrez is just gonna ballet dance around the octagon all night long.
Ooh.
He's gonna break it down. A lot of the time he said, don't chase your opponent, but he's gonna cut off the cage and keep on.
Nice, nice. Once again, picking up that leg. Every kick, he recognizes it. I tell you what, if you have good wrestling, you're going to be good at catching kicks, right? It's just going to be a natural occurrence that's going to happen for you. So,
I wish aliens were real.
all right, so back to that MMA Guru video that I did. For example, if you know there's a fight night going on, rest assured you know that MMA Guru is going to be there to do a prediction video for all the fights, okay? Not like doing just the main event or this and that. He does all the fights. So you got to give him props on that. He does live streams, and as soon as he's done with the live stream, he's already got one recorded of the post-fight review of the shows. So he's very consistent. But within that consistency, and also with the live streams that he does, you got to understand that MMA Guru also talks about very hot topic issues. Now, you could say that it's because it's something that he's brought up, or maybe perhaps it's the request of his own audience. Either way. All right, so we'll continue on that video. We are back to the second round now. Here we go.
Against streaking Brazilian Caio Bohachuk, plus 2 new Ultimate Fighters are crowned Saturday, August 24th, 10 Eastern on ESPN and E+.
That is a good fight. I'm looking forward to that.
And yeah,
Ohio.
Neer's competed for a middleweight championship, and Caio Bohachuk has been on the rise.
Yeah, certainly on his way. The corner of Lee calling straight away.
Ooh.
We can chop his leg off, and that's the first thing he did when this round started.
I like that advice because they do have Gutierrez moving back and looking to counter, right? So if he goes first with the leg kick, kind of takes that away from Gutierrez a bit. But
Chris just has such an ability to avoid damage. Picked his leg up for that one. When he lands, it's just
Another leg kick on Gutierrez on that one.
Yeah, and you can hear the corner of Gutierrez, Mark Montoya, signaling that Lee is starting to feel it on that left leg.
But when Gutierrez brings that right leg back after the kick, that's when Lee needs to attack. Now Chris is
Ooh, nice high kick on that one.
Oh, that was a good one. Almost took it clean off his feet. It's good. Not the
There you
cleanest
go.
entry, but he's got it.
Yeah, Michael Bisping said not the cleanest entry, but tell you what, the entry got him in there. See, that's the thing about MMA, right? Is like there isn't really always a right way or a wrong way to go about things.
Grabbing the fence. Don't sit on the fence.
Here we go. He's really trying to put all his body weight into that body lock.
Lee can make something of this.
I understand a preemptive warning from Chris Coyote, but they're getting a little accusatory on the, you know.
Some fingers in there.
Right fingers kind of curled, I stand corrected.
I saw a curling of the finger.
Oh, there it is. Jumped right on his back like a cat out of nowhere.
Naked choke finishes on his record as well. Something to do.
Yeah, he's really trying to look for
Triangle locked up.
a rear naked choke right there. Yeah, he definitely has a body locked in.
His teammate Yusuf Zalal used this position earlier today. Now he's dealing with Quang Lee on the back. Tried to shake him off, couldn't do it.
Chris Gutierrez, you can see
Okay, he's really trying to work for that, but good job on Gutierrez fighting it off.
secure something.
This is actually really good for Lee. He's got a better position. Should have kept the body triangle, in my opinion. I'm sure Gutierrez is doing the right thing here. You see the way he's putting his right shoulder on the canvas. Now switch to the other side.
It's going to be almost Quang Lee, nice job. To top position, 90 to go in round two.
Yeah, Quang Lee's got to do some damage here. He can't just sit here and rest. This is an opportunity for him to really try to get some points on the board.
Yeah, Quang Lee's trying to posture up his head right now. A minute left into the second round right now.
So Gutierrez doing a pretty good job of tying up the arms of Lee. It's easy for us to say, nice armbar attack.
Oh, he's got to watch. He's trying to pass it to the side. Doing a good job here.
He's about to pass.
Chris just holding on to that glove. There's
Oh,
no
what is this? Yeah, there's... Okay, there it is. Back into the side control position for Quang Lee right now. Now back into the full guard.
Really nice guard work from Gutierrez. It's just a basic little thing, but it's not that easy to do that, to be a side controller, just weak leg guard. Threatening with that armbar as well.
Avoiding the ground and pound there from Lee was Gutierrez, who rides it out on the ground. Round three is coming up.
All right, that is the end of round number 2. Round 3 after this, and then 3 fights to go by the end of the night. All right, back to that MMA Guru video. Has now received a letter from the British government warning him to basically stand down. And in what way? Well, understand this. MMA Guru now has 200K plus subscribers. Now, in the world of YouTube, that's pretty big, that's pretty decent, but in the world of MMA, that makes him one of the top MMA contents there is. So this makes him a very influential person. Probably to the level of Tommy Robinson. I'll boldly say that because I would say that MMA is such a powerful sport in its influence and its wide range of the audience that they garner from around the world. So this is how the British government is thinking. So also, let me break down something for you to try and understand the situation, right? The British government is all about preventative measures. Not only that, the British government is known to have been one of the best spies in the world. So guess what they're going to do? They're going to create some sort of commotion to distract you. They're going to create some sort of deterrence, which is what they're doing with... All right, so on to round 3 right now.
Push the pressure, push the pace, should I say. Got the takedown. Made it a tough round to score.
Montoya in the corner between rounds telling Gutierrez this is a close fight.
I'd have to give the second round to Lee. The first round, Lee also. I think Lee got both of these rounds, honestly.
You gotta have an emergency. You gotta have some nastiness.
Nice low kick by Gutierrez.
Gutierrez has all the tools and the capabilities to do that. But so does Lee. And that's another reason why you want to finish your opponent, because anytime you're standing in front of someone that's good enough to make it to the UFC, you're also in danger.
And I just think it's good advice too, because we've seen in fights recently where the fight was very close and the corner work was saying, hey, we think you're up. We think you're up 2-0. Just go out there and be safe. Not how it worked out.
They didn't tell him that. Close enough to deliver a message in the
Here we go. Circling around him right now is sort of trying to trap him into these cages right here.
Put a stamp on it.
Nobody wants to see anybody coasting to a victory in round 3.
Now, the commentators are calling for these guys to not coast, right? But at times, you got to understand, man, maybe sometimes that's just the best case scenario for you to handle a fight.
But Lee pressing.
Yeah, I think he needs to continue to do that. Try to get a hold of these legs, and even if he doesn't get it originally, go right back into it. Throw some big punches and try to level change into another shot.
Nice jab by Gutierrez there. It's just about 2:25 left into the third round. And a little bit of a better round for Gutierrez, right? He's not allowing Kwong Lee to sort of corner him like this. And good job. Okay, he was able to reverse that. Okay, now broke away.
This is good work for Gutierrez, though, to keep on that leg.
It could be 2-2 Gutierrez. It could be one apiece going into round 3.
Joanna Jędrzejczyk, the UFC fighter with more than 500 leg kicks landed. She's at 502. Gutierrez, easy to think he might eclipse that number.
Where's he at now?
He's at 411 when we showed that stat. He's landed 30 here, but if he gets another 3-4 fights in the UFC, which we expect.
Oh, nice shot by Gutierrez as he suckers Lee in on that one. Sort of lures him in as they're circling around each other.
Yeah, that's the one knock I would have on Chris is he almost exclusively throws leg kicks in some of these fights. These are moments that he
Nice leg kicks right there. Yeah, he stays on these leg kicks. This is, I mean, it's a good plan. Ooh, nice little spinning heel kick on that one right there. Really taking it, looking to take his head off on that one.
there's the hands.
He should really go for it now. 50 seconds, put on a massive amount of pressure. You never know if you get the finish. That lead calf is on its last.
Another one. Wow, man, Lee has to really survive this. Yeah, his shins aren't holding up on that one. You can sort of see who's fighting. Chris Gutierrez and Kwong Lee, bantamweight. Daniel J. The main event is Spivak and Tybura. It's a UFC fight night. A little body lock right here by Kwong Lee. UFC, yes, Jay, Daniel J. Do you know any other fights going on tonight? Any big boxing fights or anything like that? Let me know. But I think they're edging us for next week, honestly, because next week is where the real big fight is at. Obviously, with Israel Adesanya and Dricus du Plessis, that's a big fight right there. Hopefully, they release the countdown show for that one so I could make some reaction to it to a certain degree. So, okay, back to my little MMA Guru video real quick. MMA Guru right now, but they are also going to create chaos in your life in the ways that they did with Tommy Robinson, in the ways that they did with Antrim Chaudhry, if you guys remember. So anybody that stands up to the UK government in any kind of way or is displeased with their policies, this is what they're going to do to you. Now, in America, I got to say that this isn't something that any of us will ever face. As content creators, as commentators of both politics and MMA, it'll never happen. And the reason being is because we just have different laws that protects freedom of speech, plain and simple. So don't forget to like and subscribe. We will cover this story. All right, so that is it for that one. Check out the MMA Guru gets pressed by the UK government. It's right on my video section, so we are back to the fight right now. Third and final round, I believe. So, no, actually, I think that's the end of the fight. So now we're going to, go to the decision. Here we go. I think, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a draw. Let's see.
All three judges see it. 29-28. Your winner by unanimous decision.
Chris Gutierrez wins that one. All right, well, quite a hard-fought win. He just beat an undefeated guy. Yeah, Chris got that one, man. I mean, think about that, man. An undefeated guy he just beat right now. So, shout-outs to everyone that's tapped in right now. Shout-out to Chris Gutierrez for winning that fight. And everybody, don't forget to like and subscribe as we give you the most epic breakdowns of mixed martial arts, politics, boxing, and everything else in between from around the world. Now let's listen into this.
I took that with a chip on my shoulder, you know. He said he's going to come and knock me out. I took that personally.
So he said that he had a chip on his shoulder coming into this.
You know, that's how I feel about it. And, you know, he took his lickings and he'll be back a better man.
He said he took his lickings and he'll be back a better man. Indeed. You can be a commentator. Well, thank you. WAFIK. Thank you for that comment. Inshallah. But you know what? I enjoy doing this more. So please like and subscribe so that I don't have to be a commentator for the UFC and not be compromised by anyone's belief system other than my own. So, yeah, man. But thanks for the compliment on that one. I could be a UFC commentator indeed. But I would much rather do this and, commentate for you guys on YouTube. Because believe it or not, you have more freedom that way, and you're a lot happier here than actually doing it. Its name is Wafik. Okay, Wafik. Okay. Ahlan Wafik. So where are you from? Is that, I believe that's a Kuwaiti flag. Is that a Kuwaiti flag that you are from, or a Jordanian flag? Let me know. All right, so Dan Barlow next, taking on Nikolai Verenikov. Verennikov from Kazakhstan. All right, let's go. Let's go, champ. I'm Algerian, but that's a Palestinian flag. Okay, okay, got it, got it. Okay, it's hard to see when it's very small. So yeah, you know, I don't have the laptop in front of me. I'm looking at the cell phone version of this. So yeah, I'm recording off of my cell phone this time. I recorded different devices. I would use my laptop. Sometimes I'll use an iPad, anything that I could use to record. I try to use different areas. Obviously, I use different areas to record, right? I'll record outside. I'll record here in my office. Sometimes I'll go and record in my backyard or while I'm driving, anywhere. Anywhere, as long as the content gets done. This is the service that I am willing to provide for the world. And all that I ask is that you like and subscribe. Hit the like button, the subscribe button, hit the share button. Share it with all your friends and everybody in your friends list of whatever social media app you use. So, Dricus versus Israel Adesanya. Okay, guys, go and look at the video that I have for Israel Adesanya, South Africa History X. It's on the live section of my videos. You guys will love that. Okay, the pictures that I put up, the visualizations, the diagrams that I have in that video, you guys are going to enjoy that. And here's UFC's Noche. So, Wafik, let me know what part of the world are you staying at right now? Are you in Algeria or are you in... yeah, gotta switch it up. Yup. Gotta switch it up. There it is, Marab taking on Sean O'Malley. I got a feeling, man, look, I think he could take Sean O'Malley in this fight, man. I don't like that to be a reality because Sean O'Malley would be a really interesting champion. And not only that, I think it would be a great fight for Umar to have a fight like Sean O'Malley, right? Sean O'Malley is obviously a very marketable champion, right? He's got the look, he's got the style. He's a perfect opponent for Umar. Simply because, let's just put it like this, right? Everything that Sean O'Malley stands for, I could guarantee you he doesn't stand for any of that, Omar. You got Bartlow in this fight. Let's see. Bartlow taking on... Yeah, I would go with Bartlow on this one. I always go for the undefeated guy, although we just saw an undefeated guy lose right now, so this makes this matchup even more interesting. What did... Fitzgerald, the discount commentator. The discount commentator, yeah. That's why he's only doing the Apex cards, right? Fitzgerald. Conceive, believe, achieve.
I mean, you need a fight card to back it up, and we've done that. Yeah, and talking about the Mexican independence, the amount of Mexican fighters and finishers more important.
Look at Michael Bisping. Shout out to Michael Bisping's suit, though. It's really perfectly tailored. You know what I mean? Like, you could tell, like, they really put an effort into making that suit, like, his particular style and fit. You know, that's how you know when somebody has a really good tailor. Just look at Michael Bisping's suit game right now. Meanwhile, Fitzgerald's suit game, he looks like a straight-up fifth-grade teacher. He's going to get Khabib. Sean O'Malley, are you talking? Are you referring to Sean O'Malley or the next fight that we are about to witness? But yeah, I'll say Sean O'Malley will get mauled by Omar easily. Right, we just saw what Umar did to Corey Sandhagen. In my opinion, a lot of the hardcores will say this too. I think Corey Sandhagen is probably better than Sean O'Malley. It just so happens that Sandhagen took on the harder road. He was a spot squatter. For real, yeah. Yeah. Sandhagen definitely is, right? He's like those big staple names at the 135 division, but for a long time he wouldn't give any of the top or the lower 15 guys a chance. Like, what about Montel Jackson, right? How come he never fought Montel Jackson? Because it's British. Because it's British. All right, Danny Barlow. Here we go. Danny Barlow represented Memphis. Memphis, Tennessee. He probably knows Young Buck, the rapper, the G-Unit rapper from Tennessee. Oh, yeah, that was a good fight he had against Josh Quinlan. That was a good one. Ooh. Yeah, that was a good knockout. I remember this fight. Boom. Nikolai Veritanov. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Sandhagen been tested more. For sure. This is why I say that Sandhagen is a better fighter than Sean O'Malley. And if Omar was to fight Sean O'Malley right now, just based on that performance that I saw with Sandhagen, man, listen, I just don't think Sean O'Malley has a fighting chance. I would be surprised if he doesn't get finished in that fight, right? Like, if Sean O'Malley doesn't get finished in a fight against Umar, then I'm going to rate his toughness really high, and his durability and his submission defense are really high. But I stand by this. I think that if they were to fight right now, he would lose automatically, whether that would be by decision or whether that would be by knockout or submission. Omar could do whatever he wants with Sean O'Malley right now. And the Sandhagen fight proved that. I think Umar school Marab, but O'Malley is a hard fight for Umar, Wafik said. So you think that Umar would school, let me see if I can decipher this. So you're saying that you think Umar schools Marab, but O'Malley is a hard fight for Umar. I'm going to try to understand why you think that, because there is a possibility where there is a world where Omar is going to have a tough outing with Sean O'Malley. And I think where it lies the most is distance. You want to know something crazy? What Khabib's dad said about Sean O'Malley? He said that Sean O'Malley is one of the most naturally talented fighter that he's ever seen. This is Khabib's dad saying this about Sean O'Malley. The most talented natural fighter that he's ever seen. Now, what does Abdul Manap mean by that when he says that Sean O'Malley is a naturally gifted fighter? In other words, he can pick up technique very quickly without having the experience that, let's say, guys like Khabib or Zabit or Islam has, right? Like, he can learn technique very quickly. This is the reason why Sean has good technical striking prowess, because he's worked a lot on his striking, and the sports background that Sean O'Malley has grown up from, playing soccer to baseball to basketball. I think he played football sometime in his life, but then obviously not when he was in high school, because the kids just get a little too big from there. But Sean O'Malley is naturally athletic, and it translates well into his fighting style. What did Wafik here say? Wafik says, on the feet, O'Malley is no joke, and he looks defensively good on the ground. So, and that's the thing too, right? I did mention in the early prediction that I have for Omar and Sean O'Malley. I'm sorry. Yeah, was it Sean O'Malley that I said this? Yeah. It was Sean O'Malley. It was on the same video that I did with Tom Aspinall is not a superstar. I urge you guys to check that out. So if you're wondering why I'm constantly plugging in all my videos, because that's what a live stream is supposed to do, plug in all the videos that you did. So I mentioned there that it would be a tough outing for Omar, but ultimately I think he just has the skills to dominate. Now, there's a possibility in a world where he doesn't finish Sean, but there's a high likely probability that he will dominate Sean just based on the wrestling alone. Not unless, of course, Sean is able to use his distance. And I mentioned in the video that he's going to be out-grappled to the point where Tim Welsh is going to learn a lot from those grappling exchanges and what he needs to do with Sean O'Malley to improve his ground game even further. Because remember, Sean has great ground game, but it's not enough to take on somebody like Omar. And I think what Tim Welsh teaches him is great for the level that's reached him, but there's levels to this, and Omar is one of those fights where we find out what kind of level Sean O'Malley is, as well as what level Omar is as well. So here we go. Danny Barlow is now being announced as the Kazakhstani guy has been announced as well. So we are about to witness round one commence in just a few. All right, here we go. Mike Beltran.
Official word from UFC flyweight Charles Johnson on what Danny Barlow is sporting as a prospect. I'll let Murdoch. Charles Johnson has that unique hairstyle, back of head. Nonetheless, Danny Barlow looking unique. You know, Memphis Blues in his undefeated pro career so far.
All right, here we go. Round one. Let's see what Danny Barlow does here. Interesting haircut Danny Barlow got going on. He got one of those dope man, dope boy haircuts going on.
Born in Cyprus, living in America, spent most of my life in England. Champion of the world as well, so have a bit of respect, Brent. Okay? You know.
Look at Michael Bisping up in there slagging off Fitzgerald. It's like, yeah, man of the world. I was born in Cyprus, raised in Britain, lives in America, and was world champion. Put a respect to my name, Brendan Fitzgerald, he said. Ha. A really good feints so far by Barlow. Real good by Nikolai as well. Just a little bit of a feeling out process right now in the first minute of the first round. Nice high kick by Barlow there. Ooh, nice flying knee as Nikolai was sort of coming in. Stance switching by Barlow there. Ooh. Low standing hammer fist by Barlow there. Very creative striking on his part.
Obviously orthodox southpaw for Barlow. The rear hand, the power hand is such a big weapon, and positioning yourself in the right spot.
Ooh, nice one.
Showing some good kicks here tonight as well as Barlow.
Speaking of Memphis, Brendan, he actually talked about how they have a lack of resources down in Memphis, and they're kind of winging it as they go along. So far, doing very well. 18-0 undefeated.
All right, nice low kick by Barlow there. Ooh. Yeah, just out of range on that one. Now they're into clinch positions. Yeah, Barlow's striking looks really crisp, really slick. I mean,
2 minutes to go, round one. That voice that you hear is Vergil
it's just
Ortiz. She's in the corner of Nikolai Baratennikov. Trains in Black House. Baratennikov left Kazakhstan.
little fake overhand right he was looking for right there. Comes forward, sort of swings at him. Ooh.
Right from Baratennikov nearly caught the target.
Yeah, Barlow kind of swinging a little bit now, which I find kind of curious.
Oh, looking for a flying knee there. He was sort of telegraphing that one right there.
Advantage that he has. It's not the best idea to swing wild hogs. We saw a flying knee there a second ago. Last time he fought in UFC 298, he was leaping in the air every 15, 20 seconds.
Wow. Yeah, it's a good front kick right there. Good low kick by Barlow. Nice little flying, jumping body kick by Barlow. It's very dynamic striking on his part right here. Ooh, nice one again. Ooh, nice sort of swing on that one.
Trip attempt. Barlow almost reversed it.
Just looking to trip him on this one.
Over that right leg, get the takedown. Good balance there from
Yeah, really good balance by Vertinigov right there. Nikolai, as we call him, from Kazakhstan.
both guys showing extremely hard. Really, other than to the body with the kicks, nothing super connected up top to the head yet. Because if it does, we'll see a reaction.
Good body lock position by Barlow on this one. Here we go. 3 seconds left. And that's it. That's the end of the first round. Yeah, I'll give that first round to Barlow. Just the action that he has alone. The cage control that he had going on. I think, yeah, I'd give that to Barlow on that one. So,
What the biggest companies deliver is exceptional customer experience.
this ongoing story as time goes on and as time permits. And I will see you guys in the next content, inshallah.
100,000 Delta Airlines employees.
So here's one that I did the other day. Conor McGregor versus Donald Trump. After Donald Trump, because Donald Trump flat out said that his favorite fighter is Khabib. Conor McGregor, if Tupac Shakur was alive, he wouldn't like you, Mr. Notorious Conor McGregor, right? He wouldn't like you for that reason alone, because it seems that your favorite rapper is Biggie. Now, keep in mind, I have seen Conor McGregor do training videos and ride around in Santa Monica and Venice Beach. All right, we're going to get more to that in a second. Now on the second round with Barlow and Nikolai.
Ohio, plus 2 new Ultimate Fighters crowned. Saturday, August 24th, 10 Eastern on ESPN and E+.
All right, here we go.
He's going to have to start pulling the trigger more. Looks a little low, but Barlow not complaining. Both men, to be honest, need to go a little bit more. I mean, look at that. Look at this one.
Nice head kick. Oh, there it is with the standing hammer fist again.
And on the flip side, Baratennikov against a longer guy. Again, Barlow has a 5-inch reach advantage. It's up to him.
Yeah, the commentators are complaining about the lack of action between these two guys or whatever. But, man, sometimes this is just how fighting has to be. You got to be very careful about what you're doing, about the measurements and the risk assessments that you take.
Trained his entire life for it. It's what he went on the contender for, and now he's got it. He had 3 wins after the contender. He's got to
There you go. Barlow sort of standing in front of him. Both of them are standing in front of each other, sort of daring each other to do something.
And I know when he watches this back and hears me say that, probably thinks I'm being mean. I'm not, and I understand when you're in there, there's a lot of anxiety. I totally get it. I've been there many, many times, but you have got to start pulling the trigger a little more.
Yeah, so Michael Bisping says, I understand that I've been in there. You got to do what you got to do. Sometimes you got to be very methodical, being very careful, but sometimes you just got to press the action, he said. And he's definitely right about that, because sometimes pressing the action is a difference between you and your opponent winning, right? Like, you need to create a degree of separation that shows why you are the winner. So
That was a beautiful shot, to be fair.
Things heating up after that exchange. Now they collide. Underhooks on both sides for Vergil.
yes, a little underhooks right here by Barlow. Or, I'm sorry, Nikolai and Barlow.
Barlow does a good job immediately reversing that clinch. He's got double underhooks now. Good
It's now double underhooks by Barlow. He's trying to maintain that body control, maybe looking for a knee. It looks like he's trying to hold the arm down while he's stuck in a wizard. So as he's in this wizard, he's trying to hold his arm down while also banging some knees away.
I think we got a low knee from Vergil to Barlow.
Low knee by Nikolai here.
The action at minute 40 to go in round 2.
Having a little pause on the action.
Barlow appears to be okay. Some time to recover.
Yeah. Got it. Thank you. You got time. All right. Stay right here and work it out. You got time. Okay.
All right, you're looking for some timeout right here. 44 seconds into the timeout.
You good? Okay, I'm gonna put you back in the position. You want your position back? Yes.
All right, so
Nikolai. Right
Barlow says that he's good. He wants to put them back in the same position.
Still, be careful with that, okay? All right, you guys tie up. Where you guys were? Right there, ready? Go!
Okay, they tie them back up into the same position.
Back to work with under 2 minutes to go in round 2.
Yeah, you know, and they just had a little minute break. Granted, there was an illegal blow, but they both had a chance to breathe. So Barlow's got the double underhooks now. They came very close to a takedown earlier. They're just so evenly matched in that regard.
Grab the cage.
Yeah, I don't know.
Were they anywhere near the cage?
I didn't see a cage grab there, but on we go.
So careful on the fence grabs.
Yeah, tonight.
The scene,
There must have been a memo.
they're not even there. That's what Vergil has got to do. He's just got to throw more. And the reason I'm being critical is that when he watches this back, he's going to be very disappointed with himself that he didn't go more. Now I get it. I understand. That.
Yeah, sometimes you do got to push the action a little bit, you know?
And the reason is there's a threat in front of him. But he's going to kick himself. Barlow, to be fair, isn't exactly breaking any records when it comes to the strike count either.
No. Barlow tried to time a couple of flying knees in the first round.
Okay? You good? Okay, hey, Danny, just watch your fingers, okay? All right, guys, you guys both good. You good? Okay, keep it clean, guys. Let's go.
Everyone's good.
Everyone's good. Let's go. Let's go.
All right, back at it again.
Second round has
Couple of seconds left into the second round. Flying knee attempt by Barlow there.
find some rhythm. Vergil trying to soften the legs. Round 3 is
All right, round 3's coming up next soon.
Playing Tupac in his car. So, what does that tell you? That tells you that perhaps maybe Biggie is his favorite rapper, but it doesn't mean that you don't like Tupac as well. In fact, there's a lot of people that like Biggie, but also like Pac. There are people who like Tupac, but also like Biggie. And then, of course, there are people who have one side of that argument, meaning that they only support Tupac and not Biggie or the other way around. Why? Maybe perhaps because of regional ties, that could be one reason. But Conor McGregor is not an American. He doesn't live in the East or West Coast, doesn't represent any of it. So therefore, he would be in the right to support two guys. Which brings me to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is allowed to like Khabib as much as he is allowed to like Conor McGregor. In fact, me personally, I'm Team Khabib all the way. There's no doubt about that. I'm not going to hide that in any capacity. But guess what? I also like Conor McGregor. I also enjoy his content. I also enjoy his fights. I also enjoy him getting...
All right, we're going to get back to Conor McGregor in a second versus Donald Trump. Here we go, round 3. Barlow versus Nikolai. Ooh. Nice. Man, really nice feints on Barlow's part right here. Very nice feints. Low kicks. Just constant stance switching. It's a really good way to overload his opponent here. And just has really great awareness in his defense.
Since he fought on the Contender Series in 2021, he won and finished his last 3 opponents.
Nice stinging jab on that one right there. Body lock by Barlow.
Especially Vergil being very cautious.
I mean, they're both being cautious, strategic, they're both being careful, whatever word you want to use, you know.
Yeah, this is a very careful fight on the part of Nikolai, considering he knows he could be down on the scorecards in this one. So I'm sort of wondering what his motivation is of sort of fighting this way. There we go, little body shot right there, like straight jab body.
I'm not sure. I don't know what's going on. Maybe they just,
Vergil put together a combination there.
Yeah, he just needs more of that, but you're right. I don't know if it's normally the case, but he is waiting for something. But when he throws...
yeah. I mean, there it is. That's what Beneil Dariush is talking about.
Nice little counter right there by Barlow.
This is his best round so far. And now charging forward.
Yeah, he said it's the best round for Nikolai, but is it like a little too late for Nikolai to sort of engage that in that kind of way? I mean, I don't know. Yes, maybe it's a little too late, but who knows? Nice low kick by Barlow there.
We don't know where the first 2 rounds sit. Seems like
Yeah, I think the first 2 rounds are definitely on the side of Barlow, which is why Nikolai needed to act with a higher sense of urgency in this one. But unfortunately, Barlow was keeping up the pace this whole entire time.
20 seconds left, and you hear the urgency in the Veretennikov corner. They want him to sell out in the final seconds.
10 seconds left. 10, 9, 8. That's it. All right, and we await the decision in just a few minutes.
Center of the octagon. Danny Barlow looking to stay undefeated, but got a little close down the
On the mic and the appearances that he makes at BKFC, and on top of the catalog that he's built up in the UFC in the past decade. I love all of that because I'm a true MMA fan. Now, it doesn't mean that Donald Trump doesn't like Conor McGregor either. I'm sure he does. If you're a fight fan, you're going to like Conor McGregor and Khabib for various reasons. If you
We're reacting to my video, Conor McGregor versus Donald Trump, while we are reacting to the fights.
are a hip-hop fan, for the most part, you're going to like Biggie and Tupac, unless, of course, you have no regional affiliations with any of those two, nor do you have a circumference of being part of that era. In other words, you're too young to really have a say or have an opinion on the matter. But Donald Trump has the right to like Khabib. But you got to understand something. The fight game is full of people that come from honor cultures. In other words, the minute you insult me, I'm going to get back at you and insult you straight away. The minute that you stand against
We're going to react to the decision of this fight while we play this video, okay?
me, I'm going to stand against you in a way that is going to be disrespectful, that is going to be very demeaning, and to the point of undermining everything that you do. So this is the reality of combat sports, its athletes, and people that live that type of life. And when I mean that type of life, I don't just mean being a fighter or being a gangster or anything like that. It's all of the above. It's an honor culture. So this is why Conor McGregor said to Donald Trump, man, elections is coming up.
All right, Barlow just won. He's still undefeated.
This is going to somehow affect you in a negative way. As if people who really care about the subject of America and its future are going to predicate their vote based on a candidate's choice of fighters that they like in the UFC. But that is the mind of Conor McGregor. That is how he feels about this particular subject. And I gotta be honest with you. I think you're wrong. And the reason being is because, well, obviously you're biased because you have an enemy in Khabib, and you're going to be determined to deter him in any kind of capacity and literally laugh at his downfall, which is what's going on right now with the Russian tax scandal going on with Khabib. As you've seen, Conor McGregor made references to that, saying that, oh, well, he's a terrorist, he's housed these types of people, saying something to the effect of, well, why is it that his father was not able to come to the United States? And that's a good point. But does it have anything to do with terrorism? The reality is we don't know. However, it is an important question to ask. Conor throws it out there, and it is a good question because we don't really know. But he's going to make assumptions. He's going to make accusations that's going to fit the narrative and the agenda that he is trying to fit the puzzle into. Meaning that, okay, you know what? Maybe this guy really is part of a terrorist organization. But we don't know that. Because if he was, then the Russians...
Next is going to be the main event and co-main event. We are just reacting to one of my recent videos right now.
would Khabib and arrest him. They didn't do that. All they had problems with Khabib was the tax issues. And the fact that he chose to become a citizen of the UAE, to which he now has no taxes in the money that he makes, right? So, I don't know if any of that is related, and we don't know, but understand this. Let's talk about politics for a second. I think Conor McGregor...
All right, Damon Jackson and Shepe is about to walk into the cage while we react to one of my recent videos.
I'm sorry, I meant Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump did the right thing by saying that in a political matter. Let me explain to you why. Right now, the left is losing Muslim supporters. The Democrats are losing Muslim supporters. And that's for several reasons. Some of the reasons is because of the curriculum that you teach in American schools that is absolutely contrasting of Islamic values. So as a result, Muslim Americans, who, by the way, many of them are Khabib fans, are going to look to Donald Trump, and for Donald Trump to say that Khabib is his favorite fighter, I got to be honest with you, that's going to solidify votes for the Muslim population. And here's another thing that you have to understand. Many Muslims don't go and vote, and I can explain to you right now why. For one, the reason why many Muslims don't vote is because they believe that it is kufar, it is the way of the disbeliever, that we only allow Allah to legislate our laws and not man. So participating in such is committing a sin against the methods of Tawheed, monotheism. That's how deep it goes. But there are a lot of Muslims that are not versed in these particular matters. They don't really understand a lot of the Islamic doctrines and the rules and the reasons behind these rules. So many of them are going to do exactly what everybody else does, which is vote. And by Donald Trump doing that, it only creates a better relationship with him in the Muslim community, considering that back in 2016, he's said so many horrible comments about Muslims and Mexicans as well, regarding the border issues and whatnot. So, you gotta understand, he has to campaign like most politicians. He has to make himself look good. But also, you gotta understand, Donald Trump shoots from the hip, says what he wants, and says what he feels. So if he feels that Khabib is the greatest fighter ever, and that is his favorite guy, well, he has the right to do that as a mixed martial arts fan. Yes, he's a former president who's trying to become a president again, but it doesn't mean that he's not a fan like the rest of us and has an opinion that he has the right to choose who his favorite fighter is. And let me address this lastly. You want to know why Khabib is his favorite fighter? It goes back to Colby.
You don't want to miss this part right here. This is the best part of this video.
Covington, and no, it has nothing to do with the style of wrestling. It has more to do with the aspect of the fact that he wins. So how does Colby Covington relate to this? Look at the Colby Covington-Leon Edwards fight, how he lost to Leon Edwards. What happened?
This is the important part right here.
Trump left before Colby could even get on the mic and make a post-fight speech, which, by the way, they normally don't give to the losers of the fight, but rather only if, let's say, they went to a decision or if they are the main event. And in this case, he got on the mic, but Donald Trump left. He wasn't hearing any of it. He's like, you lost. I'm only here for the winners. And that's just how Donald Trump's personality is. Donald Trump, whether you like him or not, is the type of guy that will only roll with the winners and will disregard the losers, because he is the same guy that said to John McCain, I like the people that get captured. I like the people that don't get captured not the ones that do. As if being a POW is somehow a failure to your military career, but that's how Donald Trump views the world. Winners and losers. And you can't deny that Khabib is the biggest winner of them all. Sure, is Conor more rich than Khabib? Yes. But legacy-wise, who has the better portfolio and resume? You can argue Conor does, based on the fact that he knocked Aldo out in 13 seconds. You can argue that McGregor has had more meaningful fights and meaningful rematches in ways that Khabib hasn't. But by the end of the day, they both already fought each other. And what was the result of that? 4th round submission to Khabib, where many people cite Conor McGregor as quitting. But by the end of it, Conor somehow was able to twist that whole entire fight as to say, hey, you know what? I got the left.
All right, we are about to head into the co-main event right now with Damon Jackson versus Shepe Mariscal. 145. It's a featherweight fight, but yeah, he missed weight on that one, so this must be a catch weight fight. So here we go. Joe Martinez is up on the mic right now announcing these two gentlemen as we are about to commence battle. Here we go. The co-main event is already here.
Jason Herzog handles our co-main event tonight. Luciana on hand with us here in Las Vegas. Top 10 heavyweights are on deck in our main event. Sergey Spivak tries to settle the score with Marcin Tybura in their rematch. But center stage belongs to Damon Jackson in black and Shepe Mariscal in green.
Straight away, Shepe closes the distance.
Vergil Ortiz fighting tonight. Oh, okay, all right. You know what? I may just go tap in on that one while we are watching the stream right here. So, yeah, we may just tap right into that one. What time is the... Oh, nice little judo throw there by Mariscal. And how about this? Damon Jackson gets right back up into a front choke. Nice knee by Mariscal there.
That's the Mariscal corner that they're working in front of.
And it's good he's working right in front of his corner right there, right? He can just get instructions right there as he is grinding on Damon Jackson.
Mariscal's wife. Knee to the body for Jackson as he tries to escape the pressure.
Yeah, those knees from Jackson, they're going to pay off. They are. There's a lot of power in that. He's landing it right to the midsection. He's going in really deep. That will slow down Shepe Mariscal. There it is. This is exactly how Damon Jackson likes to operate.
Yeah, just crazy pressure right from the jump too. Just likes to get right into the fight. And this is what I expected Damon Jackson to want to do in this matchup, is to force a lot of aggressiveness, a lot of pressure.
Oh, nice knee from the separation right there.
Full reversal. 360.
Bring around the rosy between these two. Damon with that clinch position again. Oh, this is good from Maniscal.
Nice.
Heavy lefts for Chepe.
Found the mark about 3 or 4 times there.
Ooh, nice uppercut by Mariscal there.
Oh, he split open.
He split open from those exchanges. It's really aggressive pace by these two right now. Oh, look at this. Chepe's got him.
Close to the back of the head. You heard the warnings from Jason Herzog.
But he's complaining back of the head shots right there. Damon Jackson. Nice. Chepe takes him down. But he's got the neck.
And now Jackson looking to use some of that wrestling experience.
Now this is a crazy pace.
This is definitely a crazy pace that these two are putting up right now. We'll be really curious to see how they're going to hold up for this pace in the next 2 rounds. I would imagine they would fade at some point in the middle of the second round if this continues. Now there's the back right there. He takes the back. Look at this. The shots that Mariscal is putting on him right now.
Crazy damage inflicted by both with 1 minute to go in the round. Also something to look out for, that weight miss of Mariscal, 3.5 pounds, but not the type where it might be to his advantage. He was really struggling even weighing in at 139.5. So as the fight wears on, like shaky affected by it. Take a look at the action. Oh, there was a clash of heads that caused some of the damage to Mariscal.
Oh, nice clash. Oh, it's a little clash of heads right there.
Maniscal starting to land some big shots here. Damon answers back.
Ooh, little back fist right there.
Because a lot of the time when people are in the clinch like this, we don't see this kind of damage being delivered.
Right.
Both men generate lots of power, swinging a lot of shots. Punishing the body there is Mariscal.
6 seconds left.
For a late round takedown.
3, 2.
Successful in doing so. Second
All right, that is the end of the first round. That one has to go to Mariscal on that one. That is definitely his round, no doubt about it. Hands down, that is his round.
I wish aliens were real. Be nice.
That's an alien.
Hang with Dustin for you.
You started without.
You think of it off the
Let's go. Revenge. Go. You and I should get in there. Is that funny?
With armor all, a little bit of this protects you from a lot of that. Armor all, less work, more clean.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hi, my check engine light's on. Let's see what our free fix finder service says. And if you need help,
All right. Yeah, that first round is Mariscal's round. Very fast and furious round that they had going on. Again, the amount of pace that this takes a toll on your body is going to show in the next coming rounds, if not this round right here. Is O'Malley fighting, bro? Yes, he's fighting on September the 14th. So yeah, that's going to be his fight date on that one. Yeah, I'm doing this on my phone. I just got your message right now. I can't send the link on this one because I'm doing this live on my phone and not on StreamYard. So Vergil Ortiz versus Surreal, bro. Oh, okay. I'm gonna tap in for that one right now. We have what's your prediction? I'm gonna go with Vergil Ortiz on that one. Obviously, he's the you got your money on Ortiz. Yeah, I figured you would. Seems like the smart bet by KO. That remains to be seen. I'll be very surprised if he. I'm not saying he can't do it, but it'll be very. it'll be very shocking if he actually pulls it off. Vergil wins on that one according to 300 NJ. Okay, so yeah, you know what? I'm gonna stay on for that one, right? Even though this is titled this is yeah, because even though Vergil Ortiz has a great knockout percentage, he can put people away. Man, sometimes you just never know, right? Look at the Terrence Crawford fight. Like, we would have expected him to put out Israel Madurov right away, but unfortunately that wasn't the case. So but like, again, if he does it, I'm not going to be surprised because it's Vergil Ortiz, right? This is the guy that they want Canelo to go after. How about that, right? Everybody, you both guys KO artists, bro. That, yeah, okay. So that's going to be an interesting fight then. So after the main event of this fight, yeah, I'm definitely going to hop on to the Vergil Ortiz one. I'm going to keep this one, even though this is titled the UFC. But let's see. Going to be a good one. Made you... Wait, what was that one? You made a good point with Crawford. Yeah. Because you know what? We live in an age in boxing right now where... we really will not know what's going to happen, especially with these types of 50-50 fights that they have going on. Now, with Madurov, believe it or not, 154 got a lot of fighters now. Yeah, especially Terrence Crawford, now that he got in the mix, right? Now that Terrence Crawford is 154, Fundora is at 154. Even Errol Spence, he could fight some people at 154, although I don't think he'll ever want to fight Terrence Crawford again. I don't know why he would want to do that. But, yeah, when is that main event? Let's see. Let me put on the other channel right now as Chepe Mariscal is on the back of Jackson right now. Jackson is trying to fight off. And again, this relentless pace that these two put on in the first and this second round right here is really showing just what I was telling you guys, right? I knew that this fight was going to be really high pace, but it's going to affect their gas tank in the second round, and you're sort of seeing Jackson fading away right now as Chepe is hammering away in the referee's wrestling position as he's wrist locking him. So let's see where this fight is at so I could have two screens up right now if there's any main cards that's going on in this one right here. So let's see here. I think Bivol gets KO'd in his fight. I think Bivol gets KO'd fight of the year. Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to be shocked if Beterbiev puts him away. Because you got to remember, right, Beterbiev, even though he is getting older, he's getting even stronger. So what is the last thing to go? Power, right? And the speed that he has, it doesn't seem like it's slowing down one bit. I think Beterbiev is showing us a different level of what it means to be in a prime age. So, yeah. This Vergil Ortiz card, is this a top rank card? Let me know. Because I see Lopez versus Leo. He got the touch of death in his hands. He definitely does. 100% knockout ratio. Yeah, for sure. Let's see here, Vergil Ortiz versus Bohachuk. All right, that is the end of round 2. They're going into round 3 now. Okay, this is a Golden Boy card. All right. Chiari Gray. Oh, shoot. There's a dude in the co-main event that's fighting with the same name as me. Chiari Gray. All right, that's what's up. Chiari Gray. Okay, but this is the wrong card, though. Hold up. Let me switch this one up. There we go. Right here. Sims and Romero. Okay, so the main cards, the main fights for that one isn't on yet. We got 1 round left for the UFC's co-main event, and then 1 round for the main event, and then we'll go from there. All right, Spivak versus Tybura coming up next after this round. Here we go. Jackson versus Mariscal. Body kick by Mariscal right there. Nice front kick. Yeah, just going really aggressive still. Chepe still is at an aggressive pace right now. Okay, so the sister of Fandora fought tonight. She won by decision. It's Kenneth Sims Jr. And then, okay, and then a co-main event next. And then, okay. Ooh, yeah, this is a good one. Okay, this is a good one. We're also covering the Vergil Ortiz and the Bohachuk fight as well. We're going to stick around for that one tonight. So yeah, Jackson doesn't have much time left here, so all right. Yeah, again, Jackson just looked the same from round 2 to round 3 right now, and the overwhelming pace that they put on in the first round is what is making Jackson look like the way that he does right now. So all right, final 10 seconds of this fight. All right, and that is the end of it right there. All right, nice co-main event on that one. So as we wait for that one,
last blow of the fight of the night. Why? Because obviously there was a riot that ensued.
be right
All
back.
of Khabib's guys went in the cage, jumped him, beat him up, but then he
Be
also
right back.
got some licks in there
Need
as
to
well,
use the
where he
restroom
did
real
punch,
quick.
Zubaira, from what I remember. Either way, Conor is so good at creating narratives for himself. He lost the fight. No one in history I have ever seen lose a fight yet look like the winner or the person that is close to the winner at any capacity the way Conor McGregor did for the Khabib fight until this day. He still uses any narrative or any type of blowback he could push towards Khabib to make him look bad, just to distract people from the reality that he got choked in the 4th round and literally gave up against Khabib. Now, why do I say give up? Well, let's talk technical for a second. What he got on Conor was nothing more than a crank. And for those guys who train jiu-jitsu, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know the difference between a clear choke and a crank. And the way that Khabib had his biceps wrapped around the chin of Conor, well, that's classified as a crank, not a choke. If you got a rear naked right underneath the neck.
Yeah, that's something a lot of people didn't understand about the Khabib Conor fight, right? That was more of a crank than it was a choke. So there's Chepe. He just won that fight right now. So we are heading into the main event of the night while we await the main event of Vergil Ortiz and Bohachuk. So that should be coming up next right now. So let's see. And Sims and Romeo have about 5 rounds left into their fight right now. The 3rd co-main event of the evening. Or the 3rd to the last fight, rather. Here's some highlights of Chepe right here. Chipping away. All right, Chepe Machine Gun Mariscal. Now we're on to the main event for the evening. All right, so good win for Chepe right there. And now for the heavyweight fight between these two. I'll tell you what I sort of look at this fight as, right? I see this fight with these two heavyweights as sort of a fight where do you want to maintain yourself in the top rankings of the heavyweight division, right? Tybura came off of a loss from Tom Aspinall. Spivak also came off of some prominent wins and losses in his career right now. So Spivak, MMA. Let's see. From Moldova. Lost to Cyril Gahn, like almost 2 years ago, or a year ago rather, and now he's back again. And so Spivak has a win over Derek Lewis, though, right? That's a pretty impressive win considering Derek Lewis is a top main staple. He lost to Tom Aspinall as well. Myson Tybura, he's already lost to by a decision, right? So he has a chance to redeem himself here. Whereas with Myson Tybura, he's coming off of a win from Tai Tuivasa and a loss from Tom Aspinall back in July of last year, and then comes back, wins against Tai Tuivasa, has a win over Alexander Romanov. Blago Inanov has a win over him as well. He's got a win over Greg Hardy. Myson Tybura, Walt Harris, he's got a win over him. Ben Rothwell lost to Alexander Volkov by a decision. So this is a main event of redemption for both guys. In other words, will Myson Tybura continue his road of redemption coming off of that win from Tai Tuivasa? And will Spivak come off of that Cyril Gahn loss and redeem himself tonight? So that's what we got going on with this fight right here. So a shot of redemption for these two. All right, so we got a TKO win right now on the boxing side. Kenneth Sims Jr. gets a 5th round TKO stoppage. And we are on to the co-main event of this night for boxing. But now we are on to the main event for the UFC side. So I'm going to cover both tonight. Why not, right? I'm now a boxing and an MMA page. So why not cover both, right? And you'll get more views that way the longer you stay on anyway. So we'll try and milk it as much as we can. So yeah. Sergey says, I'll be faster, stronger, smarter, more confident. Sergey Spivak. There was a point in time where we looked at these heavyweights and we said, you know what? These guys are going to be the future of the heavyweight division. And then somewhere along the line, they ran across Tom Aspinall. And then somewhere along the line, they ran across somebody like Volkov. But this is the level that they're at right now, right? So where these two guys are fighting, they are fighting for the level that they are currently at. Not the levels of the Tom Aspinalls of the world, not the levels of the Volkovs of the world, although he has proven himself to be quite elite, even though he was taken down and submitted by Tom Aspinall. His recent wins have showed that, you know what, he is at an elite level. But these guys have also had some elite wins, such as Derek Lewis. So, again, a redemption comeback for both heavyweights. Myson is either going to continue what he has going on, or Spivak is going to finally get his redemption from the Cyril Gahn loss that he had suffered last year. So here we go. The entrance is about to commence. Let's see, what is he walking out to here? Sounds like some Moldovan music of some sort. So rank number 9, Spivak. He's been in the rankings in the heavyweight division for quite some time. Yeah, he was only 25 years old at the time when he fought Myson Tybura in 2020, right? And he has a lot to prove in this one to show that maybe he's a lot more improved than he was in his previous outings, and especially in his previous outings against Myson Tybura. So this is going to be a really good one right here. All right, so Spivak has now entered the blue corner of the cage. Now we await the entrance All right. We are now witnessing the entrance of Myson Tybura walking into the cage. All right, and in the boxing side, we got Charles Conwell taking on Chiari Gray, which is coming up next. Here we go, Myson Tybura walking out to some Red Hot Chili Peppers. TJ Dillashaw, a training partner of mine, walked out to this song. You guys know TJ Dillashaw, right? A guy who I've trained with in the past in Team Alpha Male. He's walked out to this song. Vitaly Klitschko has walked out to this song. Or is it Vladimir? I'm sorry. Vladimir Klitschko walked out to this song against Anthony Joshua. So it's quite an epic song in the combat sports space, right? The Red Hot Chili Peppers song. It was also featured in the UFC 3 soundtrack, if you guys remember. The UFC soundtrack, man, that had some good songs in it. How about the song Go Get It by T.I.? That one was fire. Amongst other songs, they had Meek Mill's in there. Meek Mill seems to be now the staple of UFC soundtrack games. So, Myson Tybura, third highest takedown defense in UFC's history. That means he's very difficult to take down. So, Spivak, he's going to have a hard time taking this guy down in this fight as well. They're going to have to contest this fight on the feet. I'm going to call for an early stoppage for either one of these two right now. I think right now they are susceptible to either getting finished or finishing the other guy. Strap in. I think that's what we're going to expect right here is a strapping fight as a result. So after Myson Tybura, we're going to shift our attention to boxing tonight with Vergil Ortiz and Bohachuk. So all right, 38, Myson Tybura, 29, Spivak. All right, here we go. Joe Martinez is going to announce them in right now. The entertainment capital of the world, Las Vegas, Nevada. All right, so what's going on in the boxing side? They're just waiting on the co-main event right now. Doing a little overtime for the Ortiz fight, of course. So you know how that goes. Herb Dean. All right, we got some people tapping in for the main event right now. Here we go. If you are ready. Combat Sambo. 16 victories, 4 defeats. Spivak, here we go. Tybura, here we go. Here we go, the main event for UFC's main event fight night right here. Round 1. Let's see how this... Ooh! Good one, nice low kick by Spivak here. We go with a body lock by Spivak right here. Oh, he takes down Tybura straight away. What is this? Now he's got his back already. Here we go. Now he's got his back. He's got his back now. That's what Spivak is doing right now. That's what he's literally doing to him right now. Just hitting him with little shots here and there, but they add up. Now, all of a sudden, Tybura is on top. Oh, what is this? He's got an arm bar. He's got an arm bar. He finished him. He finished him. I told you guys, this fight was going to end very early. Now, something did not seem right with Tybura in this fight, right? He seems to have not... Excuse me. He seems to have not given a lot of resistance from the takedown, and it seemed that that armbar got him a little too easy, so good job on Spivak on that one. Good win for Spivak. Good armbar that he got on him right there. Wow. Look at this. So from this position right here, Spivak is on top of him. I'm sorry, Spivak is on the bottom, but then he grabs an arm, gets the arm bar, and sinks it right in. Man, that was literally out of nowhere. Look at this. He's on top, full guard position, and Spivak transitions from the ground, grabs an arm, and it's all she wrote from there. Yeah, real good win for Sergey Spivak right there. That was an impressive win. Let's take a look at, in the meantime, while we wait for the official decision on the main event of the UFC, let's watch this real quick.
You got the bicep underneath there, and you got it squeezed with both your hands clapped together.
This is in reference to how Khabib choked out Conor.
While you're choking, that's a choke, okay? Once it hits your throat. He didn't do that. So therefore, a lot of people cite the idea that Khabib made him quit because he could have fought out or at least tried to push his arm out against Khabib, but maybe perhaps Khabib's overwhelming pace really tested Conor McGregor's cardio, to which he wasn't able to keep up against that level of intensity. And therefore, the lactic acid that built up in his arms, he was not able to fight the hands off, because any jiu-jitsu instructor or black belt will tell you, you want to get out of a rear naked choke, you got to have a 2-on-1 position in one of your opponent's hands that's behind you. He didn't do that. He knows that he should have done that, but he couldn't because of the lactic acid that built up in his arms based on the pace that Khabib put on in that fight. And that is the reason why people said that he gave up. But even with that,
congrats to Spivak on that one.
Create his own narrative for the world. And he still is continuing to do that till this day, while using Donald Trump's current presidential campaign as a way of sort of conveying that message. So, Michael Chandler, good old Michael Chandler, fires back at Conor McGregor. He says to him, Donald Trump got more balls than you because of the fact that he got shot, survived, and still the next day he went on to go to his Wisconsin rally or wherever he was supposed to be the next day. Either way, Conor McGregor did not answer the call because of the fact that he had a broken toe.
All right, so if you're tapping in right now, the UFC's main event for the heavyweight division, Spivak and Tyson Tybura, has ended. Spivak has a first-round submission via armbar, and we are now witnessing the co-main event of Vergil Ortiz versus Bohachuk, which is Conwell versus Gray, the co-main event right now of this fight card that is happening right now. While we are reacting to my video as well, round one between Gray and Conwell is about to commence. I'm going to play this while we react.
Now, that right there is a separate argument in and of itself. Here's what I'll say to that. What I can say to that is the fact that Conor McGregor is on a losing streak, and he has to be very careful about how he's going to move for his next fight. He has to be very assured. Let's give Conor some credit. He went out there and fought injured plenty of times. Chad Mendes fight, he did very good. Jose Aldo fight, 13 seconds. Khabib, he had a broken toe once again. We saw the result of that as I've talked about it in detail in this video. He wants to go in there 100%. And I think I can understand from an athletic perspective why Conor is doing that. Look at what he did with Donald Cerrone. No injuries. Was ready to go. Healthy. Walked in there. No drinking in his camp. Was just absolutely prepared to the max. Okay? How did he do? 40-second knockout. That's what Conor McGregor is looking to do with Michael Chandler. So therefore, it's hard for us to blame him not taking this fight. And to equate the idea of going into a rally the next day after getting shot at is a little bit different than the competitive nature that is involved in MMA and taking a risk while you're injured. That's the reality of this whole entire video. There's political matters, there's matters that can give you an objective point of view as to what is the right choice to make in times like this where you got a broken toe, and also talking about narratives and agendas that Conor spews, which, by the way, is really no different in the world of Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. So that is all that I have for you in this video. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you guys in the next content to come, inshallah.
All right, so if you want to see the entirety of that video, look at on my video section of this channel, Conor McGregor versus Donald Trump. Favorite fighter is Khabib versus McGregor hates it. Full story and details on my video section. Check it out. So, what else do we got here? All right, so I think that commenced round one of Conwell versus, what's the guy's name here? Gray. Chiari Gray. Let's see here. I'm going to play you a video that I recently made private. But it's going to be on audio, though. All right, here we go. Alright, so check this out. Doing a little impromptu live right now. And I figured, you know what? Excuse me. Let's talk about some hot topic subjects that are going on right now, right? For one, let's talk about why WAC 100 decided last week he was going to go on No Jumper and literally make fun of Mexicans. Now, here's the thing, right? The other aspect of that is that a lot of people don't look at what he did as... If you guys are following right now, we are watching Conwell versus Gray. We just got done watching the UFC. We will now cover Ortiz versus Bohachuk, and we are watching the co-main event of that fight. But in the meantime, I'm also playing an unreleased video that I have in audio form where I talk about WAC 100 being racist against Mexicans. Making fun of Mexicans in any kind of way. But when you're doing an accent towards someone, isn't that deemed racist? Or maybe not. Or maybe it's just deemed as, oh, you know what, banter. Or just really trying to pinpoint out the accuracy of how somebody talks. But nonetheless, I mean, look, you gotta understand, right? When you are enemies with somebody, there's no way around you wanting to hurt their feelings in any kind of way, and sometimes that involves saying words that you may regret. A classic example of this, you look at a lot of U.S. Vietnam vets that served during that time, right?
What are some of the most
Oh,
prominent
wow.
moves you could remember from?
Gray just got knocked down. That's it. He's done. He's done. That's it. Second round knockout right there by Conwell. Good job. Good job on that one. Second round knockout. All right, back to the video.
That particular era, and guys that are from that era. A lot of racism, a lot of Asian xenophobic comments and things of that nature. Why? Why is that? Well, I can tell you why. I mean, for the simple fact that that is who they were fighting at the time. And I'm going to tell you this. This is why you're probably thinking this is a combat sports story, but not really, right? Because we're talking about a rapper, right? So is it really a combat sports story? No. But one thing you got to understand about combat sports, in order for you to get in there and hurt another human being or potentially hurt another human being, you have to dehumanize them. And within that dehumanization process, it makes it easier for you to go out and engage in combat with these people. Well, how exactly do you do that? Well, that's exactly what I meant earlier when I mentioned something to the effect of the dehumanization of the Vietnamese from U.S. troops during the Vietnam War. Also, the same similar fashion that you would witness during the Iraq invasion from 2003, and then even way before that in 2001 with the Afghan conflict with the U.S. due to harboring Osama bin Laden. But that's neither here or there. The reality of that time period is the dehumanization of your enemies. Because in order to do that, when you do that, what you do is you create an easier path in your mind and in your body to commit horrific acts for whatever reason, purpose, interest, and mission statement that you have going on. So why am I mentioning all that in regards to WAC 100, right? So a guy who grew up in Pacoima, and by the way, for those of you...
So in the Conwell fight right there, the way that he took him down, he hit him with the body, and then as he hit him in the body, he hit him with an uppercut, and then he went down from there. So here we go.
You that don't understand what Pacoima is, what's really fascinating about this place is that it is literally a valley somewhere in Southern California, right? So it's not really a very prominent city and what have you. In other words, for WAC 100 to be in the world that he is, highly unusual due to the fact that this is the type of world in the rap game where if you're from a certain place, it holds a certain value. Okay, here's an example. Dre, where's he from? Compton. Okay, does that hold value to him being able to be easily promoted due to the fact that he lives in a city that, even though it is a bad part of town, still has access to record labels not too far away, down in Capitol Records.
All right, so we are just awaiting the main event for Vergil Ortiz and Bohachuk right now. I am just playing an unreleased video that I have in audio form regarding WAC 100 and the racist statements he made towards Mexicans, but in particular the rapper Lefty Gunplay, who is of Mexican descent, or at least of Latino descent, but runs with a Mexican gang. Here he goes.
Universals, all of these big distribution companies that can really help you out if you are in that particular line of work. So, where he's from, even though they are active, even though there are real known Bloods or real known Crips in that area, and on top of that, real known essays, which, by the way, this really kind of correlates to what we're talking about, even though they have all those things that Compton, Long Beach, Watts, and all these famous names and famous hoods in California have, even though they have those, they unfortunately don't have the same ring as somebody that is from Pacoima.
Okay, so that's the reason why sometimes anybody can overlook WAC 100, but guess what? He's not. He's not overlooked. You want to know why? Because Pacoima is no different than San Bernardino, California. And not only that, Stockton, California, then Pacoima, San Bernardino, and all these other cities around California that are known as the Valley. So what I'm trying to say is that where you're from, just because it has a certain reputation, doesn't make you any more or any less dangerous. Now, let me explain to you what makes WAC really dangerous, and it kind of goes into line with why WAC 100 is quote-unquote racist, right? And not racist in a way that you think. Again, he's dangerous because he comes from a place where he's grown up to fight other Mexicans, and in turn, it's made him sort of racist. But yeah, this is the reason why I didn't release this, because there was just a lot of mistakes that I sort of made in this one. But either way, I'm here playing it now and putting it out for the world. A mild racism that is similar to what I told you about with Vietnam vets that come home hating Asians or having xenophobic sentiments because they fought certain people that are of a different background, heritage, or political leanings. What you have here is similar to that. Also, the same similar example that I had mentioned with U.S. troops having this particular negative stigma towards Middle Easterners. For example, you see a lot of U.S. soldiers, they call Arab people or Middle Eastern people Hajis, right? Which is a derogatory term in the military in the U.S. military world and in the world of Western militaries, period. But really, a remark that if you're called a Haji, it is a great honor because you have completed a part of your religion, which is to make pilgrimage in Mecca, hence the name Hajj. So, Haji, that is where the term comes from. So, WAC 100 grew up fighting a lot of Mexicans in Pacoima, right? A lot of essays, a lot of Southerners or Sureños, as what they are particularly called. And because of that, you're going to grow a certain level of hatred towards certain people. And I'm not saying that he has a particular racism towards Mexicans or anything like that, but I think it's fair to say that he has a certain bias and a certain level of aggression towards Mexicans that are within the gang world, and in particular, the ones that run with the Sureños. So because of that notion, he grew up this way, and he brought it to him in the music world. You want to know what's really interesting about WAC 100? And this is the God honest truth, right? The man started out as a truck driver. He obviously grew up gangbanging with the Bloods of Pacoima, and eventually got hired by Suge Knight straight out of jail and into the death row offices of where he had some sort of security job, but eventually started shadowing Suge Knight in a way that Suge Knight started shadowing all the top business moguls in the music world when he was a bodyguard for Bobby Brown and people like that. So what did he do as a result of that? He networked himself into Death Row Records and eventually got into Cash Money Records. This is how he was able to obtain management positions for artists such as The Game and Blueface. And so here we are. So for those of you that are hip-hop heads that have already known this, forgive me for giving you another synopsis to a story that you already know, but this is something I'm trying to convey to the MMA audience that may be watching this that has some kind of intrigue in the drama that this guy brings. And for the MMA guys, let me explain to you what WAC 100 is. He is literally the Conor McGregor of hip-hop podcasting. Now, why do I boldly say that? Well, for the simple fact that this guy talks trash. He does it often. He goes on this audio app where he gets in and talks a whole bunch of trash with a group of people. And he either goes and exposes them, and by the way, here's another thing that he likes to do, right? He likes to go and expose snitches, which, by the way, is very controversial in and of itself, due to the fact that, I mean, look at it like this, right? 1090 Jake, he's a blood from Boston who has his own YouTube channel. I believe his channel is One Sentence or something like that. You guys know 1090 Jake. Either way, a lot of people sort of give him this weird stigma as somebody that's going out and exposing quote-unquote snitches or whatever, right? And I thought to myself, I'm like, you know what? Is it bad that he's doing that? Maybe, but for who? Who is it bad for? And whatever social contract you're under in life, that's up for you to decide who that's bad for. I mean, is it bad for people that have testified or that have corroborated as witnesses and things of that nature, and now that their life is in danger from a certain entity that is involved in these particular matters at hand? Who knows, okay? But again, that's for you to decide. Oh, hold up. They got the shake.
His position in the Mexican community in boxing. We want to get the talent from Mexico. He cannot do this job by himself. We need to have his hand with our hand and support to get another more fighters from, especially from Mexico.
Your Excellency, you've been talking about Mexican fighters. Well, you've been going back and forth on Twitter with a Mexican fighter in Canelo Alvarez. What's the update there?
There is a lot of not clear in this situation. I just announced,
The Sheikh said that there's not a lot of clear situation with Canelo.
and this is our right to have it, because we send a lot of interest offer for him, and he doesn't respond with what we think it is good for boxing, and this is his right. But what it bothers me,
But, you know, to be fair to Canelo, right, he still has a fight with Berlanga going on, and we can't act like Berlanga is some kind of pushover.
understand it. What we are doing to the boxing is helping boxing and helping to have a great fight. I don't understand. We give you good offer and we give you good fight. You don't want it. Okay, keep it in your way. But he started this thing.
We want to make the big fights. Crawford, if Vergil wins, we make Crawford next.
Yes, I will give Crawford big.
If Crawford and oh, wow, okay, so here it is. He's saying that he'll give Ortiz
We want to see Shakur and Zabit.
to Canelo if Ortiz wins tonight.
Stevenson on the same card. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
And Stevenson on the same card. All right, look at Oscar, man. He's getting the Sheikh sort of excited for these big fights. That's what I'm talking about. All right. There's the Sheikh. And you know what? Shout outs to the Sheikh. This is the first time I've seen Turkey dress in sort of a Western, urban, metropolitan type of look rather than, let's say, wearing an all-white Galabea. But shout outs to him. What it is, but... So back to my WAC 100 video that I have not released, and with good reasons, but I'm going to share with you guys right now. WAC 100 being racist towards Mexicans, and we are about to witness one of Mexico's top fighters while we do that. What a great way to segue that. The fact that he's white, and the fact that he's exposing people who are quote-unquote snitches and just happen to be of the opposite race he is, or whatever you want to classify that as, is controversial in and of itself. Now, WAC 100, he goes out and does the same thing. Now, do a lot of people sort of give him flack for that when he does it? It depends on who you ask. You see, even, I'll tell you this, there's people out there that take positions in terms of saying that, you know what, even exposing somebody who's snitch is snitching in and of itself. And I mean, look, to each its own with that. I have my own opinion on that. I'd rather not say, but that's the reality of it. Okay, so fast forward to 2024. Why are we talking about WAC 100 making racist statements? So he gets into it with that the Mexican rapper, Lefty Gunplay, who obviously has been a subject of this particular channel quite a few times. One with the Nate Diaz video that I did where he mistakenly thought Nate Diaz was a gang member, but really the gang that he even cited Nate to be a part of really had no correlation to any regional ties that Nate Diaz was even a part of, because he was merely talking about a Fresno gang, but neither here or there. So Lefty Gunplay got into it with Whack 100 because Whack 100 said something to the effect of, well, I don't know why he's named that. He ain't never shot anything. Reality is he spent time, literally almost a decade in jail for firing off shots at a party, and as a result got out when he was in his mid-20s and then became a rap star as a result of that. Here's something you got to understand, right? Being that Lefty is Mexican, or at least supposedly whatever other Hispanic origins he is, that's for anybody's debate, but he is with the Sureños, right? And why is that important to understand? When you are in this gang, what Whack 100 was warning the world was that if you sign any of these people, some of their guys are going to show up and basically hassle you and shake you down for money. Okay? So is that a reality? That's for him to decide, and anybody who is adjacent to that reality, that's for them to decide. However, what you got to understand is that, so we are awaiting Vergil Ortiz and Bohachuk to enter the ring. In the meantime, I am playing an unreleased video that I made about Whack 100 making racist statements against Mexicans. And also, in this video, I talk about Francis Ngannou's return to MMA, and I'm going to react to that as we also cover this fight with Ortiz and Bohachuk. So here we go. It caused the conflict. And what kind of conflict did it cause? Well, apparently, according to Lefty, he said that it cost them I don't know the amount that he was talking about, but it was enough for him to say that it cost him a deal with other big record labels. And I say to myself, well, how is that possible if you are already with Interscope, right? Or maybe he's exaggerating or this and that. Nonetheless, that is the reality of why he said that. And so what did Whack 100 do? He goes and he talks about Lefty in a very demeaning way, where he starts doing a Cholo accent. And controversial as it is, that's the unfortunate reality of how this is being looked at. And you know what? I'm worried for Whack 100, to be honest with you. Because sometimes you cross the line a little too much, and this is where the consequences start happening. And I don't know what those consequences are, but they can't be good because of how this looks and how other people are viewing it. So all I got to say to that is good luck to Whack 100. So let's see. On the 17-minute mark of this video, I'm going to start talking about Francis Ngannou and Renato Ferreira, which is a 6'8" Brazilian guy that he's going to fight. If you want to watch my reaction to Whack 100 making racist statements, rewind back from the very beginning. But on this point right here, 17-minute mark, we're going to talk about Francis Ngannou's return to MMA. Who's excited for that? Me? I'm excited, just like most fans, but I'm extremely worried. And for the obvious reasons that we could look back and state with his knockout of Anthony Joshua, for one. The fight that he had with Tyson Fury. He did great. He didn't take much damage, but I think it's safe to say that he took a lot of damage with the Anthony Joshua fight. A lot of damage. And I've mentioned this in previous videos where I've said that Francis Ngannou's MMA career is going to be altered by his boxing career. In other words, when he gets knocked out really bad in a boxing fight, rest assured it's going to affect him in MMA. So, he's got a movie coming out where I believe Francis Ngannou plays some sort of barbarian. And I gotta be honest with you, that's not a good sign. It's never a good sign when guys start making movies in MMA or in boxing. It's never a good sign when they just got knocked out previously off of their last fight. Take, for example, what was that fight with Conor McGregor and Floyd Mayweather? How did it affect him going into the Khabib fight? If you notice, when Khabib hit him with an overhand right, it knocked Conor McGregor down. Now, Conor has never been knocked down by Floyd Mayweather, but he did stop him on his feet due to the referee's discretion, and the controversy behind that is whatever you want to make of it. But the reality is this: when Conor McGregor came back to MMA, it damaged him to where it really affected his style against Khabib. And granted, he was injured going into that fight. So, okay, we can take that into consideration. But Conor McGregor started becoming chinny after that. And Francis Ngannou right now is on the way of becoming just that. Guys, I'm going to tell you right now, do not be surprised if this fight ends up as an upset. A 6'8" Renan Ferreira against Francis Ngannou with the condition that Francis Ngannou is at right now. Remember, you cannot look at Francis Ngannou through the lens of a past tense. And what do I mean by that? Well, what I mean by that exactly is the fact that Francis Ngannou is not the guy that you saw beat up Stipe Miocic. And how wild is that? That is literally Stipe Miocic's last fight. And he's getting a title shot predicated on that last fight, which he didn't even win. Either way, it doesn't look good for Francis Ngannou, and that's all I got to say about that. And it's too soon. It's not the right time. And not only that, he rushed himself back into this because he has a PFL contract that he has to oblige to. So, what else? You got Khamzat getting a fight with Robert Whittaker. More to be said about that in the coming future. The fight with Izzy and Dricus, only a week away from now. Very close till we get to that fight. What else? We got... What else do we have? That's about it right now. Okay, yeah, Canelo and Berlanga have their fight coming up. Turkey, El-Sheikh is still chasing that fight with Terrence Crawford. What else do we have? Other new fights that are happening right now. 310. Oh, okay. This one, Conor McGregor, either for 309 or 3010, right? That's the last thing that we'll talk about here is that. Do I think that it's going to be on 308? I don't know. I'm sorry, 309? No. Because 309 is reserved for John Jones and Stipe. So what does that mean? That means that they're not going to double book a main event. Or, you know what? I could see a scenario where they finally had it up with Conor and they make him a co-main event. But that's not the reality here. Conor doesn't co-main event for anybody, so the likeliness of that happening, very slim. 310 in December. I think that is the most likely scenario. Look, the UFC has done great this entire year. And what does that mean? That means that there are quarterly measurements that they make, right? First quarter, second quarter, this and that, like most corporations do. So the fact that they've been doing great all throughout the entire year, why not go out with the final pay-per-view of the year with a bang with a Conor McGregor card? They outsold UFC 300 or UFC 303 based on the fact that that Conor McGregor was going to be in that card only to be replaced by Alex Pereira. So keep that in mind, right? They made a lot of money with that. Now they can actually bring him back again and end their year with a big bang and a big paycheck. But here's the reality, right? Is that what is going on? Or is it that Conor McGregor may never fight again? And you know what? I think that right there is going to be the final video. I'm sorry, not the final video, the next video that I'm going to make regarding this particular subject of Conor McGregor. Is he going to fight again? Look, it's a serious question that we all have, right? Because when you see him in Sturgis with these bikers, you see him drinking and this and that, you don't feel very confident that he's going to do that. You don't feel very confident. You don't think that this is going to happen. But you still have hope. Why? Because of the fact that you really want to believe that he's coming back, or because there's no reason not to believe him. But when you see all of this extracurricular lifestyle of Conor McGregor, you don't feel very confident. So that's going to be the next topic for the next video, inshallah. I hope you guys enjoyed this live stream. I will see you guys in the next content. And like and subscribe. Or you know what? What's up, Mubarak? How are you? We are just waiting on the main event for Bohachuk and Ortiz Jr. Right now, I'm just playing some videos. Well, I just played an unreleased video. Maybe I could just continue on with that subject right now. Let's do that, okay? Let's continue on with the subject of Conor McGregor and will he ever come back to fight? The answer right now, I'm going to lean towards no. Because all signs point otherwise. Now, I want you to know I could be wrong. I am only stating an opinion. In fact, to be real, I'm not sure. But I'm leaning towards no more than I am leaning towards yes. And that should tell you a lot. So, I'm going to tell you even more. Mr. Brock says, do you think Cody Garbrandt has a chance? Let's see here. Do you think Cody Garbrandt has a chance to win some matches again? You know what? Here's the thing, right? The losses that you've seen out of Cody were predicated on just bad matchups, and not only that, just bad decisions. So I think Cody can still bounce back from and a whole lot from all that. In the next video regarding Conor McGregor and if he will ever come back to fight again. Like and subscribe. See you in the next one. All right, so that was my unreleased video that I made about WAC 100. So, okay, the main event is about to start. Let me just play this video real quick while you guys wait for the main event. This is where I talk about Jose Valenzuela's defeat of Pitbull Cruz. And, yeah, here we go.
It's pretty...
Seeing him get choked broke my heart. I know, man. I know, me and a whole bunch of other guys, too, that have trained with him out here, too. It was heartbreaking for sure.
Real, you know, here we are, many years later, and I'm designing my own collection together.
Villanueva. Right now, we just witnessed the defeat of Pitbull Cruz against Jose Villanueva, which is now the super lightweight champion of the world. Oh, I gotta be honest with you. The Saudis have contributed to this. And you want to know why? They want the best fights and want the best guys to take on the hardest matchups so that we can all be entertained as boxing and combat sports fans. Look, this is what you want out of combat sports. Usually, it's been too long where you've witnessed many boxing fights become so predictable that it's almost like pro wrestling. And by the way, how ironic, in the same night that you have UFC Abu Dhabi, and the same night that you have Crawford versus Madrimov, also with Pitbull Cruz and Villanueva in the co-main event, with Jarrell Miller getting a draw against Andy Ruiz, a very competitive fight, a very 50-50 fight, by the way, might I add, in the heavyweight division. So this is what we want out of boxing. We want a sport that is competitive, unpredictable, and constantly keeping us on our toes with all these new champions emerging. Now, Cruz, we knew him as the guy that dethroned Raleigh, right? That really put his lights out, right? And a lot of people enjoy that because you look at Cruz's life and his background, it's very humble, right? He reminds me of sort of like a Mexican Manny Pacquiao in a way. So you want to see a guy... and by the way, what do you think about Sharaputin calling Nick Diaz out? You know what? I think that it's a great call out for him in terms of his product. Being that if he has a win over Nate Diaz, or Nick Diaz rather, it really solidifies him as a BMF adjacent. But will it do anything for his rankings? Obviously not. But smart for his marketing period. I like that win. Well, now, what about Jose Villanueva? I'm sorry, I forgot to pronounce his last name correctly. Correct me on the comment section below and roast me on that if you wish. So, roast me on my pronunciation, not anything else, because if you roast me on anything else, I'll roast you worse back. Anyways, a great story on Jose's part as well. Obviously, his family comes from Mexico. They came here to America to live a better life and to sacrifice to get that better life. And now he is world champion. This is what we love in boxing. Now, obviously, Cruz had that same similar story. This is the same story that you're going to get in professional boxing all across the board. Everybody comes from a rough background, and when they win the championship, it's almost like the culmination of a great story that they really deserve. So you say here, I think that it's a bitch move. Hold on, you think that... Let's see. I think it's kind of a B move. Diaz is old for this game. It's hard to say, but he is out of his prime. You know what? I may have to agree with you on that, right? Especially with what I saw out of the Robbie Lawler fight. So I agree with you on that. But I'm looking at it from two different lenses. I'm looking at it from the lens of the integrity within the competitive architecture that we have in front of us in the UFC. But I'm also looking at it from a perspective of business. And here's the reality of it. Nate Diaz does look old. Nick Diaz looks old. But he's a big name, and taking him out is good for business. So I hope you understand the different dynamics that I'm operating under when it comes to sort of stating, you know what, this is bad, but this is good. And that's usually what you have to try and wrestle with when you pick your opponents, especially somebody like Jake Paul, right? Which is where Sharaputin is sort of putting himself in that same category with calling out Diaz. So right now, they're now announcing the two fighters right now, and we are about to commence with round one in a few minutes. Right now, we are seeing Devin Haney talk to Cruz, or sort of congratulating him on his performance, even though he lost. But Either way, this is beautiful. This is what we need in the world of professional boxing, in the world of MMA. Obviously, we've seen it a lot in MMA. As you know, the fight. Check out my video. Jose Valenzuela defeats Pitbull Cruz. The Saudis making dream fights. That's where that video is at. For now, let's concentrate right now on the fight in front of us right now as they are being announced in the ring. Ortiz Jr. versus Bohachuk.
Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner, the reigning defending champion. He weighed in at 153.8 pounds. As a professional, his impressive record stands with 24 victories.
All right, 24 wins, 1 loss. Sergey Bohachuk. All right, here we go. Sergey has been announced. Here we go as the undefeated challenger, Ortiz. All right, here we go.
Okay, boxers, you received your instructions earlier. As a reminder, obey my commands at all times. Protect yourself at all times. Touch gloves. Good luck.
All right, there we go. Now they touch up gloves. They hit their corner, and round 1 is about to commence. 12 rounds of this. Buckle up. All right, here we go. Firing the right hand right away. Look at that. Oh, good shot by Vergil right there. Ooh, good body shot. Now they're really getting close range on this one, even though Bohachuk wants to sort of fight out of range. Ortiz is doing a very good job just sort of boxing him in on that one. Nice stinging jab by Ortiz there. I like the way that he extends his fist out with the way that he jabs. It's like, oh, there we go. Ortiz making this a very exciting first round so far. Just hit, oh, that's a slip. That's a slip. Ortiz is like, nope. Wow, yeah, that was definitely a slip on that one right there. Ooh, nice body shot by Ortiz. Oh, oh. Ortiz is really looking for a finish in this one. Just really fighting aggressive right off the bat in this one. Oh, wow. Bohachuk is hurt on that one. Ooh. Oh, wow. Yeah, Ortiz really wants to take this fight in the center of the ring. All right. Are we on? All right. Sorry about that. Had to answer the ring on that one. Because, yeah, I just had to answer some of the calls. But, yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, that was scored a knockdown, but I don't know, man. Yeah, it's quite controversial. Here we go, round 2. Yeah, they definitely started the firefight at round 1, and they are keeping up with that pace on this one right here. Nice body shot by Ortiz there. He's really going for it. Look at this. He's really going for those shots, man. But in all honesty, I don't know if he could get away doing this to Canelo, in all true to God honesty. Right? Like, it's going to take a little more than this to get through Canelo. I think. I mean, but for all we know, Canelo could absolutely get overwhelmed by something like this. Nice uppercut by Ortiz right there. Wow, Ortiz now is fighting on the outside and sort of fighting a counter fighter type of style right now. As he was going forward earlier, now he's letting Bohachuk sort of move forward on him. Double jab by Ortiz there. Ooh. And this guy brings a really exciting fight style, Ortiz. Nice one to the body. Another one. Ooh! That's the end of the second round. All right, he's got Bohachuk hurt here. He just has to continue this pace right here. One round at a time, he said. All right, round 3. Here we go. Round 3 of this one. I tell you what, Ortiz definitely deserves a fight with Canelo, but can he beat him? Now that's questionable. But does he deserve a fight? If he wins this one, which it looks like he's projected to do so, he definitely deserves it. Ooh, 1-2 by Ortiz. Now he's just moving forward at him right now, really trying to blow out his gas tank. Blow out the gas tank of Bohachuk, because I tell you what, when someone goes up forward at you like this and you got to respond, it's going to tire you out. And I think that's what Ortiz is doing right now. And just the sheer volume that he has going on is just, it's amazing. It's definitely just straight smothering pressure for sure that he's doing. Look at this. He even leans his head towards him as he throws a punch. Yeah, he's really targeting the body on this one. There it is, another target on the body. Ooh, he's really going for it. But this Ukrainian is not going down. Ooh. It's only a matter of time before Ortiz knocks this guy down, but wow, man, the sheer toughness on Sergey is amazing. "30 seconds left on the third round." Ooh, nice uppercut. Ooh, nice body. Ooh, there it is. Wow, he's going for it. Nice combinations at the end of that right there. Very nice, man. Yeah, Ortiz definitely deserves Canelo. Can he beat him? Hey, anything can happen in a fight game, right? So that's kind of how we're on it right now. Just tell him to go to the body first. Go to the body first. Yeah, that's the motto for Ortiz. Go to the body first. That's what he has to do. All right, here we go. Round 4. Yeah, that's a good advice by Robert Garcia, right? Just letting it come to you and let your hands go. When you're the stronger puncher, I feel like that is a good advice you should give to your fighter, and Ortiz is definitely the stronger puncher here with just the way that he proves that in every exchange between them. Wow, man. Ortiz definitely needs a finish in this fight in order for people to say, you know what? You undoubtedly deserve Canelo. Now, right now, he doesn't need to finish this fight for me, for him to earn Canelo. But if he finishes the fight, you can't deny him. But this kid is going to be hard to put away. Sergey is going to be hard to put away for sure. It's going to be very difficult to put him away for this. I love how Ortiz uses his head as sort of like this guide, right? He puts it on the center to your chest while he goes and he bangs away to the body of your right and left rib. Right? Watch Ortiz's head. It's definitely a high volume slugfest for sure. Ooh, he lured him in that one. Overhand right by Ortiz, and that is the end of the 4th round. There it is, Edgar Berlanga taking on Canelo September 14th. That's going to be a good fight right there. On the same day as UFC's Noche, live at the Spear, colliding with Canelo. And the Saudis, by the way, are sponsoring that card at the UFC, right? So that's going to be an interesting one. All right, here we go. Seconds out. Here we go. Round 2. Who's on Met Stream? Big George 863 says. Who on Met Stream? Is that what you use? Jorge, let me know if that's what you use. Wow, okay, so they scored that a knockdown. They officially have scored that slip that Ortiz had earlier as a knockdown. All right, so they scored it a knockdown. All right, time in, round 5. Wow, so they scored that a knockdown. Okay, that changes things in this fight for sure. I think that would motivate Ortiz to sort of step it up a little bit to kind of get a finish, because you never know what these judges are thinking, even though this is scored by individual rounds. And although that is a knockdown, I think Ortiz is winning the majority of these rounds. Now he's pushing him up against the ropes, really just pressuring Bohachuk right here. Yeah, that is a good point by the commentator, right? The body language that Ortiz is putting on is sort of given a certain sense of fear for Bohachuk. This kind of pushes him away there. All right. I think this is another round for Ortiz. 30 seconds left in the 5th round. I definitely think he won this one. But I wouldn't put too much stock on the knockdown that they now have just scored in the 1st round. Even though Ortiz's team is going to argue night and day that it's a slip. 5 seconds left in the 5th round. All right, now that is the end of the 5th round. Right here, round 1, they're showing the footage right now. Boom. So that was definitely a shot right into the ear that knocked him down. Because it hit him right in his ear, like boom. As soon as it hit his ear, he went down, and he didn't expect he was going to fall down like that, but he did. So, you know, there's sometimes those shots that you just don't see coming. All right, round 6 coming up. Robert Garcia is being interviewed mid-fight. Yeah, for sure. Even though with that knockdown, he's winning for sure. Ooh, good one. Yeah, see, even Garcia sort of saw what I saw. I just thought that, you know what, this is a very tough fight ahead. And, you know, that's kind of what I discussed with Zane earlier, was that Yes, Ortiz is projected to knock this guy out, but this is a very tough individual, and it's going to be very difficult to try and stop him. So, ooh, look at this. Just banging away. Yeah, he's going to need a little more than that. He would have taken a whole lot of different people out with these shots and combinations that he's throwing. All right, and that is the end of the 6th round right now. We are literally halfway into this fight right now. How about this KSI doing a live concert, but not fighting in it, doing a performance on the live concert, which is by the Misfits. I would assume he is the owner of Misfits Boxing, so... All right, here we go, round 7. Here we go, round 7. Ooh, good one. Nice. Nice little overhand right by Bohachuk right there. Yeah, the trainer of Bohachuk is saying that it's kind of close, so... Here we go. 30 seconds left onto the 7th round right now. All right, time right there. Ooh, good shots right there. It's really good shots by Ortiz here. And Sergey is doing quite good too. Let's not count him out in this fight as well, man. I mean, he's definitely doing, you know, his part right now, and is doing quite well. So all right, round number 8.
You know, that could be true. It's the thing that I see now with Vergil is he wants to hurt Bohachuk so bad that the shots are
Well,
coming.
uppercut by Bohachuk right there.
So now it's allowing Bohachuk to read the rhythm of Vergil, racing these punches. Vergil needs to go back to setting the shots up, using his speed, where they can catch Bohachuk when he needs to cut.
Ooh, yeah. Ortiz is not taking this guy out. You know what? Oh, wow, he's counting him. Wow. He got counted again. That's the second knockdown. But he's not, you know what? Not all knockdowns are the same, right? Like, he knocked him down there, but it's not hurting him in a way where he could walk forward on him so easily, which is not something that he could do right now. He could do that, but he obviously can't due to his reason, so. Wow, yeah, so he has 2 knockdowns on him now. Look, it'll be very difficult to win against a guy that has 2 knockdowns over you, considering if these rounds are quite tough. But what is Ortiz doing here? Ooh, he's coming back on his own with a vengeance. Ooh, he's coming back with a vengeance. Look at his uppercuts, just throwing combinations at him. Hard shots by Ortiz. Yeah, he's definitely going for the kill on this one. I mean, for a guy that was on the floor, he's coming back like with extreme vengeance on this one. "15 seconds left on the 8th round right here. Good jab by Vergil Ortiz. Ooh. Yeah, he really is fighting with a sense of urgency with this one, only because he got knocked down, right? And he was really working to get that knockdown as a result of that. Yeah, he was really working hard for that knockdown because this is literally like the second time he's been knocked down already. All right, seconds out. Yeah, he's not letting him breathe. He's just walking forward at him. Here we are, round 9. Ooh. Ooh. Ninth round right now, 2 minutes left. Strong jab by Ortiz right there. Pumping that out. 1, 2, 1, 2. There we go. Another jab. Another jab. Oh, wow. Listen, Ortiz has to get a finish in this one. I don't feel good about him winning this fight if he doesn't get a finish, right? He's already got 2 knockdowns scored on him. Regardless of how you feel about that, that's what's on the scorecards, and that's all that we have right here. Just going back and forth with this one. Now, look, these back and forths right here is what is really going to, I think, in my opinion, really confuse the judges or really sway the judges one side to the other, right? Like, there's not a clear winner when a lot of these exchanges come about. You could say that Ortiz is the more exciting guy, but you don't know what the judges are looking at. And the 2 knockdowns that have already happened in this fight, yeah, Ortiz needs to do a whole lot more, man. He's doing a great job, but he really needs to solidify this win. At first, what we thought going into this fight was that, you know what? This guy is meant to fight Canelo, but does he deserve Canelo? And then there were moments in a fight where you're like, you know what? He deserves to fight Canelo. But can he beat him? And that's where it becomes very questionable. Now, it's just questionable if he can even beat this guy, Sergey, to come out here with the WBC interim super welterweight title. 10th round right now, 3 rounds to go. Yeah, Ortiz definitely needed to bring out his entire toolbox in order to survive this fight. And look, no matter what he does, he can't take this guy out. Yeah, Ortiz has more of the punches landed. But you know that doesn't really matter, right? It just really matters what the judges are going to score. There we go. 1-2 shot by Ortiz right there. 30 seconds left in the 10th round. Yeah, now he's just going for not pitter patter, but pawn that jab right out there. 10 seconds left. All right, and 2 more rounds of this. Yeah, it's really good technique right there to tap someone's arms down and get your arm in there. All right, round 11. All right, round 11. Here we go. Straight away, Ortiz moves forward. Look at this. I think now you see why the Sheikh wants this guy to fight Canelo, right? I'm not saying that he could beat him, but he deserves it. But he's on the verge of losing this fight tonight if he doesn't change anything different. Now Ortiz going back to single shots. You know what? Ortiz is a very well-rounded boxer, right? He could literally do it all. Obviously, his specialty is moving forward and really just banging you with hard combos and hard hooks and uppercuts. But he can play the long game, too. Look at this. He sort of does a little bit of everything. But he does have to go all out. Those 2 knockdowns, you shouldn't feel too confident in this fight right now. This is not a fight where you should feel confident, but it is what it is. He might just very well walk out with a victory in this one, so you never know. Ooh. He got him with a left hook. He got him hurt. He got him hurt. He has to follow up on this one. This Ukrainian kid will just not go down, though. It is hard to put this kid away. Look at this. Like, no matter what Ortiz is doing, look at this. Oh, wow, he's really looking for it. With just about a minute left in the 11th round right now. Wow, hard body shots for Ortiz right there. Now, you can tell he is fighting with desperation right now, right? In a good way, right? Because he really needs to look like he is up. Now, if he started coasting these rounds, man, I don't know. I don't think that would have been the right choice, but Ortiz is definitely not coasting. He's not getting the knockdown, but he is getting the aggression points, and you can count on the fact that he won perhaps the majority of these rounds, depending on who you ask as a judge. Now we are going into the 12th and final round of this fight. Another one. Ooh, good one. Good exchanges with these two right here. All right, here we go. 12th and final round, guys. The fight that will decide it all is this round right here. Oh, what is this? He rocked him. He rocked him. Ortiz has got to go after him right here. There it is, 1-2 shot by Ortiz. Now he's sort of switching up his game plan again. Now he's fighting a little bit more elusive with the footwork, using a 1-2 shot. But then the Ukrainian is fighting right back. Two minutes left into this fight, and it looks like the tape on the gloves of Ortiz is sort of fallen off, and it brought the referee's attention. He's taking it out. Breaking the momentum. The ref is telling him to box, to wrap up his gloves. All right, time in. Go. Let's go. Sort of took away the momentum there a little bit. Boom. Good shot. Oh, good shots. Good shots by Ortiz here. Good shots. "35 seconds left into this fight. 30 seconds left. For those that have missed out on this fight, you missed out on a good one. And for those that have witnessed this fight, you tapped in on a classic. Stand in the middle of the ring and just start banging it out, Max Holloway style. I think that's what they're going to do. And done. Time. Good fight. Good fight on Ortiz's part. Good fight on Sergey's part. This is a great fight, period. Now let's find out who the winner is. Yeah, definitely everything you could have asked for in the fight, right? So, all right, we just now await the decision, and then as soon as the decision is announced, I'm going to cut out of here, okay? So I'm just going to react to the decision of the fight, and then I will be out, and you will see me on the next content. But yeah, let's take a look at these highlights right here. Look at the body shots. Look at the back and forth. The two knockdowns that was scored on Ortiz, which I think is going to be very critical in this fight. All right. All right, moments away from getting the decision. Let's see it.
So Conor McGregor goes after.
All right, here we go. Let's go. Let's find out the decision here. A draw. Okay. I saw that come in. Majority decision. And a new. Wow. Ortiz edged it out. Ortiz edged it out. Even with those 2 knockdowns, he edged it out. All right. All right. Shout outs to Ortiz. Good job, Ortiz, on that one. All right, guys. That is all that I have for this night right here. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you guys enjoyed the live stream. I hope you guys enjoyed the fights, the UFC, and the boxing, and everything in between. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you guys in the next one, inshallah.